So I'm going to start tonight with my good friend and colleague, Larry Cooper. It's been a long time since we've had him in the room, but we have him in the room tonight, not because of the experience, obviously, but we have him in the room tonight because we have a big announcement we want to make. I actually shared this with a couple of people, so it's not new for everybody, but this is a big deal. And I'm really excited that you're here so we can talk about something fun that we're going to be able to do together. And so I'm going to let you just talk about it.
I get to have a lot of fun in this, whatever this retirement is, that's not really retirement. We're putting on a lot of other events in different industries, but working with Normie is always one of our favorite things that we get to do over the years, and working with Doug and Lance and the whole team, and it's just wonderful. We have been producing events all over the world through Restoration Journeys and with Normie. And Normie hosted our last event in Puerto Vallarta, which was amazing. And then we also did a river cruise that was really amazing down the Danube River. And I wanted to talk tonight. Doug and I have been collaborating and coming up with ways that we could go have fun and actually do education at the same time. And we came up with a cruise that I don't know how you could not say yes to. So let me tell you some of the details. It's an 8-day Southern Caribbean cruise, and it's going to the three islands that I always wanted to go to: Aruba, Bonaire, which is amazing, and then Curacao. And it's the ABC Islands. And those three islands will be fabulous. And our dates are February 28th through March 8th, 2026. So you can join Normie and a whole group of friends as we get together. We're going to have 7 nights, 8 days on the Carnival Horizon Cruise, again, to those ABC Islands. You can relax and enjoy exciting days at sea and 3 amazing tropical island destinations. Of course, you'll be pampered by the pool, entertained with many theaters and outdoor games, eating so that we all gain weight. And there's lots of entertainment and fun stuff. The best part, though, is we're planning on having somewhere between 100 and 150 people in our group, which is amazing. And you'll get to network with those people, become new friends or old friends, getting together again, and just having a fabulous time. Each one of these events just always seems to grow and get better each time. Yeah. Well, during that time also, we scheduled some half-day classes in a classroom on the ship, doing the Normie Certified Microbial Inspector training course. And that'll be held 4 mornings during the cruise, so you can enjoy the rest of the day with your wife, family, friends, whoever it is that you're traveling with. So there's no better way to enjoy training, enjoying time in paradise, and just really having a time of your life. So what's included in this is you'll fly into Miami, and we will board the ship the next day, and we will be at sea for a couple of days. We'll then go to the ABC Islands. That's 3 days in a row out in incredible locations, and then 2 days returning. So lots of time just to relax and enjoy yourself. You know what? One thing I realized, and I'll shut up and let you talk then, is that we work our butts off. This industry is intense, and we're out there on the line all the time. You got to take the time, smell the roses, and enjoy yourself. This is a wonderful opportunity, and getting to spend time with that guy is always fun anyway. So I'm going to shut up and let you talk.
Well, I was just thinking as you were talking, some of the benefits that we're going to get from this, besides being able to spend a bunch of people with really good time with a bunch of really good people, we've opened this up. So you've got contacts all over the world, people that you've talked to for years. I think you said we've got maybe a couple of dozen people already wanting to sign up for this that are just basically industry leaders. So this is not
Right.
just about Normie. We're also opening the door for our relationship with ISSA, a strategic alliance we have there. And so I have a feeling that it's going to fill up pretty quickly. I think we could probably do over 200 when it's all said and done. And that's just going to be a great, great opportunity for us to network with industry leaders, learn a lot about what's going on in the industry, get some training, some special training for your continuing education training, and that training also will qualify for Florida's continuing education licensing requirement. So there's just a great opportunity, I think, to spend some great time with some fun folks. We had a great time in Puerto Vallarta. It was just really, really cool, and I'm looking forward to this. I mean, who doesn't want to be at in the Caribbean the first week in March? Hello.
I had a great time with all the Normie folks that came. They were really great people. Well, what happened over the last week was kind of crazy because my daughters, especially Jillian, who organizes all of this, and Jennifer started just calling all the friends in the industry, and everybody said yes. So these are all industry leaders across the board that you'll get to network with, but we're going to party and have a great time. So you got to get ready for that. Here's something else that's really amazing. Do you remember the river cruise we did?
Mm-hmm.
It was $12,000 for a couple. $12,000, and we filled it, of course.
Yeah.
But this one is a little better price than that. So
I'll say
the base cabin goes for $1,372 per person, and that includes the training.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So
yeah.
you can upgrade your cabins. I'm really spoiled, man. I like balconies, so I can go out and sit on the balcony and have coffee and just forget the world. Well, those cabins are only $1,862 per person.
Yeah.
So this is a great opportunity. Now, also, if you were to come and bring your wife and she's not attending the class, there's a discounted rate for her also. So you can go to our website, see the prices. You can call us. We'll work with you to get everything booked up. You just need to make sure you have a passport and be ready to have a great time. Bring a lot of shorts and swimsuits because that's the attire for the day, man.
What we also didn't mention was if you're a business owner and because you're taking classes, I would say that this could be written off.
Absolutely. So that's exactly why we're doing the 4 days, the mornings. We need to do 12 to 14 hours of education, and this becomes a tax deductible credit for you on your business. And we've been doing this for 14 years, so we know that works pretty well.
Yeah, we're going to corral some people in. We haven't finalized the plan yet for the training. You mentioned the certified microbial inspector course. Of course, that's going to be offered, but I think I heard today that there's another room that we could use if we wanted to do more training.
Yes.
And we're looking at other people that are in the industry that could offer some training. We'll be getting that kind of formalized here in the next week or so. But it's going to be an opportunity for not just a training, but maybe multiple different types of training, which is kind of exciting as well. So it's going to be a super time that we're going to be able to spend together. We got it up on our website. Let me just show you where this is, Larry, so you know and all of the members know. But if you want to log in to Normie I'm sorry, you don't have to log into Normie. You can go directly. This is not protected, password protected, because we want anybody to come. We may have some of our friends that'll come to this, right, and they're not a part of Normie. But this is at events.normie.org, events.normie.org. And you can see that, I assume. The nice thing about this is if you click on this, it's going to take you to another page that shows you a little more information with the dates. And then when you click on this, it goes directly to Larry's website so that you can get the information you need. He's handling all of this for us. And there's all kinds of options. You mentioned several things about different size of rooms, and I know there's some suites available and a lot of other things. But one of the things we didn't talk a lot about is there's some special pricing for children, special pricing for families. There are some suites available. There's a rate for individuals who want to go solo. So there's a lot of options. And I think, if I remember correctly, we even talked about being able to make some payments on this, didn't we?
Yeah, we absolutely did. We're asking for a $500 deposit so that we can reserve the room, get all of the details done, and then you can make payments or make full payments. We'll arrange that with you. We do have a couple of family suites reserved. And so that room is big enough for mom and dad and a couple of kids all in one room. And the kids' price is really, really inexpensive. And I should know that off the top of my head. It's like about $200 or something like that per
Wow.
kid, which is absolutely amazing. And of course, on these ships, they have all the kids' clubs, but better than that, they have the nightclubs and all the theaters and entertainment, dozens of bars and all those kind of things. And, you know, if you just want to go and relax and sit in the sun, I mean, what a great way to enjoy some time out in the beautiful Caribbean sunshine.
And when is if I remember correctly, the deadline is what, 6 months out, end of October, maybe 1st of November, that they can start. I mean, they can start making payments now, but I
Right.
think that was the plan, wasn't it? That end of October, 1st of November, something like that.
Yeah, I believe it's in October. We'll get that. Oh yeah, all payments are due by November 15th.
There you go. So you
There
got
you
six
go.
and a half, 6.5 months to pay for this thing, which is pretty cool. I have a feeling that
Was that
you'll be happy
$100
to
a
take.
month?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You'll be happy to take it any way we can send it. But
Sure.
this is really a fantastic opportunity. And I'll just tell you, I'm not just blowing smoke. This is absolutely true. I've been on several of these kinds of events, and Larry and his team absolutely take care of you like your royalty. I mean, it's not just when you're on the ship. I think we may even talk about doing something the night before. If we get in Miami early, maybe we can have dinner together and do
Well, we're going to
some.
have a hotel base for everybody to come to. We'll get
Okay.
special rates there, and then we'll do a cocktail reception so everybody can register and meet each other and just start having a good time right then.
Fantastic. Well, I think I told you I'm threatening to bring Mardi Gras beads for everyone. So,
I hope you do.
so we have a party atmosphere, but we are definitely looking forward to it. And I want to thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I know it was kind of last minute when I contacted you
Oh,
today, but
anytime.
thank you for being here. We're going to run this through our Normie TV and our radio and let people know about it, get the word out, because anybody can come. If you've got family, you want to come for the training, but you've got family that are not interested in the training, like maybe your wife, that's okay. Come on. You got a brother, brother-in-law, sister, sister-in-law, family that want to just be there and have fun. This is going to be a great opportunity. And so we're looking forward to it.
One more point I'll just throw out is the earlier the book, the better rooms we can get you, and you could be next to each other or near each other so the group's together. Each level on the cruise boat obviously is for what you select. So the higher up you are, it's usually the suites and or just the balcony type of rooms.
And I
I've
think
done
this is,
interior, I've done exterior, I've done suites, and I have fun in all of them.
and I think the Horizon is, I thought I saw where it's like 3,200 maybe rooms. It's a
Oh
big
yeah,
boat.
it's a big old boat. I don't know if you can
There
see
you
that.
go.
There it is, man.
Yeah.
It's a big Hummer. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be plenty of fun. There'll be plenty of things to do and activities, and we just are really looking forward to it. On board, also, we'll have some cocktail receptions. We'll have a dinner for the whole group, so everybody can really network and get to know each other a lot better.
Yeah, when you and Jill started looking for these different cruises, and you came back with this one, all I could think was Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you.
I think that could be our theme song. We'd be okay.
It's going to be a great time. Thank you
Yeah,
so much for being here, Larry. I really appreciate it.
absolutely.
Tell Jill I said hi,
I
and
will
we'll
do.
get on this right away. Start promoting it. Thanks for getting that website done.
Absolutely. You guys take care. It's great to be with all of you, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you on board.
All right, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Have a good week.
I want to welcome today's guest, Dan Reese, who is and I'll use the terminology that he prefers, a wildfire strategist and aviation advisor. So I'm going to say, Dan, say hello to everybody, and I'm going to follow it up with, could you explain what that is? Because it's a big set of terms, and I really want to understand it.
Sure, got it. Well, thank you for having me here today, Lance. So in my career, I finished out mostly in tactical air operations for wildfire events. And after I left, I started a consulting firm, International Wildfire Consulting Group. And that was shortly after I finished running Global Supertanker Services, which ran the 747 Global Supertanker, which was an air tanker, aerial firefighter with a 747. So I help people who call me engage with questions regarding wildfire. Oftentimes it's technology, or it's chemicals, or it's process. It might be, something along the lines of NASA presentations for people who want to engage with NASA, or new equipment like say a fire nozzle. People who want to understand what it takes to engage in the wildfire community is pretty much what I do.
Well, it's interesting. I actually, before we went live here, did a quick research on you with LinkedIn and a few other sources. And just what you're mentioning, it's kind of interesting, where I saw an article that you were involved with for water conservation and firefighting, just by changing the shape of the nozzle and the stream of the water flow. It cuts it like in a third. So,
Correct.
I mean, that's kind of interesting stuff. I'll tell you what, though, some really sharp images and photos of those big planes dropping the fire retardant, on the site. So it's pretty impressive. Anybody watching this, you may want to take a look and find him on LinkedIn. Pretty interesting stuff out there. But before we started today, we were talking a little bit about the difference between the central part of the U.S. and the East Coast and California, which is where you're from. Now, California's been dealing with wildfires forever.
Correct.
The new phenomenon that's affected us on the East Coast, and I'm in New Jersey, is smoke from Canada, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, causing this choking of the air quality, not just outside, but inside of our homes. So what do you see, what we're facing now compared to what you normally deal with in California?
Well, it's clear and beautiful, and a really moderate temperature here, this summer with the weather patterns, which is really nice. I think that El Nino probably has something to do with that. As I watch the news sources and the science research with the polar vortex, collapsing somewhat and changing the airflow and the cooler weather, it's really nice here in California. And we've not had the fires, this year that we've had in the last several years, and the air's been clear. So it's been really nice. A little agonizing to see what's happening on the East Coast and the Eastern Seaboard and in Canada, where we don't typically see that. And ironically, we see a lot of fire on the West Coast, and it's highly publicized, but in the Southeast of the United States, there's a huge number of fires there that occur typically annually. Although I don't think in scope and size of what we see here with the integration of the population in what we call the wildland-urban interface. But the smoke conditions definitely will get people's attention. And when we start seeing entire towns, being razed, like Paradise and Greenville and the towns up in Oregon and now Canada, it definitely starts to get people's attention.
Well, I've seen a big change in, I don't want to say weather patterns, but just because of the way we've been for the last, let's say 3-4 weeks here in the Northeast, we haven't had rain. I mean, everything's extremely dry. Now, normally for us, June, we usually run that week or 2 or 3 of, we'll run those 85, 90 plus degree temperatures, and they start calling it the heat wave and everything else. We haven't had that, which I'm not complaining about. But the point I'm trying to get to is, when these fires produced this smoke that came down on the New York, New Jersey area, we actually got a glimpse of almost the start of what a nuclear winter would look like. And yes, it sounds very dramatic to say that, but we were barely getting to 70 degrees when the normal temperatures are 80, 85 for us here in New Jersey this time of the year. And we were told by the Weather Channel and all the other officials that are talking about it that there is so much smoke in the air, it's blocking the sun from its normal thermal heating during the day. I mean, I have solar panels on my house, and I see my production was down, at ground level. It was horrible. So this is what you deal with out in California. We're only getting a glimpse of it now. And truthfully, we've been spoiled, out of sight, out of mind. We hear about the fires in California and okay, on with our business. I mean, this brings it home to us. And I think it's an opportunity for you to explain to us what we should be expecting and, what happens, because this may not be just a short-term thing. It may continue.
No, unfortunately, I would say that for the people on the East Coast, you're in it for the long haul until such time that the weather patterns change and these fires are naturally mitigated. We can make a difference. When I say we, and the fire service can make a difference when these fires are smaller, when they are in their incipient stages, when we get on and we can handle aggressive initial attack, and we've got the weather, in our favor to be able to make that attack successful. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is once these fires become of that magnitude and size to where they're calling them mega fires, we can black the sky out with aluminum, meaning air tankers and aircraft, and that's all limited. And the bigger they get in scope, the more resources they demand. And we have a finite number of resources internationally and nationally, whether it's in Canada or the United States. No one agency can be fully prepared for this type of event, right? We have agreements that are between local agencies. We have state agreements. We have federal agreements. We have international agreements where we have standardization that takes place for everybody to engage. But when we lack the capacity to adequately attack these fires when we can, that will cost us, and trying to build capacity during the event is just impossible. And once these events get up and running, they become very, very expensive. So the catch really when they get this big is that we need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters, and my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August, and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn, they continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
What you're talking about resource wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn that's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. It's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. A, Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity, I think in Canada right now, you're seeing probably firefighters from around the world responding. I know that aviation resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help, Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm going to call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. My background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have two children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that the government pays for when we get it, and oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out, because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what people did, and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, regularly in my home. Those were all things that were, top on my mind, just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station, as it related to, diesel exhaust fumes and the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle, because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
There's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, we don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs, and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And there's
that's
thousands.
What's that?
There's thousands of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
Well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing, because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it. Just the glues that are in the furniture, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or give him a hug. That
Right,
jacket
yeah.
could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. When the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk, and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have 2 sets of turnouts, and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed, where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, such as the things we just talked about: changing filters, not going outside, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have 2 masks and I'm going out with 2 kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own. Read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing. Read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex wildfire is very complex, simply because there are those fires that need to burn, and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality, and what things to be aware of odor-wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, 2 different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell. And that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. Until that smoke was clear, that's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air. Right. That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, self-contained breathing apparatus. Mm-hmm. And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. This is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of.
Correct.
And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And I look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some
Thank you very
amazing
much.
pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Here at the Experience, and we're talking with Vlad, and I'm going to let him describe what he does and then tell you a little bit more about him. And I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name.
Smart
I
man.
don't want to destroy it.
It's very smart.
Vlad, so who you are, you can say your last name.
Yeah, Vlad Mukatumian. I'm
There
the
you go.
co-founder and CEO of Restoration Inbound.
And what is that?
So Restoration Inbound is a full service digital marketing agency. I just spoke yesterday at the Experience Conference, and the thing that makes us unique is we also build our own AI marketing software on the back end. Yeah.
So you say you build your own, you have your own
Mhm.
developers.
My cousin, yeah, he does all the heavy work. I force him to. So
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
So he's writing this as a proprietary operation.
Yeah, it's proprietary because we're not licensing it. We might in the future, but really what we noticed is there's really no one out there, very few people that actually build AI marketing for restoration owners, right? I don't know anybody else really. So we started just building a suite of tools. He likes to do that. And it's given us a pretty good advantage, I would say, in the industry and really cool insights because we take keywords from Google Ads that we know work, and then we pair it with ChatGPT. And then before we start a campaign, we can forecast and, a bunch of other nerdy stuff that we think is cool.
Okay, does any of this work on the administrative side for the businesses?
Like, you mean like in reporting or,
The
yeah.
reporting, seeing how they should be changing their marketing plans?
Yes,
Or is that
yes.
something that you directly deal with?
Yeah, we like the hardest part for us actually is making sure that our restorers meet with us once a week, because then we can do all the reporting, all the pivoting, any edits, anything they need. So yeah, we have software integrations that we can use for people that will auto text, auto email clients, remind you for things. Yeah, we've done stuff like that as
The
well. for reporting.
autoresponder concept.
Yeah, I mean, you tell me, Lance, if you want to build, I'll get it done for you. Yeah.
All right then.
Yeah.
Something that will feed my dog at a certain time. of
Yeah,
day,
yeah.
Just so I can,
As long as it's a restoration dog,
restoration
we
dog.
will take care of it. Yeah.
So I saw that you were talking with Michael Pinto a lot.
Yes, sir.
Have you been working with him or doing some stuff with him?
Yeah, Michael's he's a mentor in the industry. I actually typed in during my presentation, I actually talked about this. So you can see who's who. So you can use ChatGPT to determine leaders in different industries, right? It's got the world's knowledge on there. So it will basically go ahead and it will spit out those results. So if you type in, world's leaders in mold remediation, two of the Normie members off the top of my head pop up. Number one, actually, ChatGPT says Michael Pinto, which is how I connected with him, and he started mentoring me. And then Doug Hoffman, I think, is actually number three.
Don't tell him that.
Yeah.
Don't let Doug know Michael
Yeah.
above him. That's all. So,
Yeah.
That's interesting
Yeah.
that it comes up that way.
Yeah. And so the cool part is though, right, for anyone watching out there that is in remediation or inspections, you can type in, well, who are the top real estate agents in whatever, New Jersey, New York, and you can find the top realtors, other referral partners to reach out to. So that way, when you're trying to build relationships with people that you want to be highly valuable, it'll do the research for you, right? So that's one way to use AI in marketing for research purposes, and then you can reach out to them after.
So if I was to ask you in a non-technical way to describe to the public what you do for most people to understand,
Oh, okay.
what would you do?
I help you get more jobs. I help restoration companies get more jobs. Because they get more jobs, they can increase their prices. So then they become more profitable, right? And then the last thing I do is I take work off of their plate because they're constantly overwhelmed as business owners. And so we build software and technology to, make life easier for them. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That should be on our brochure.
Maybe that'll be next year at the Experience Conference. I'll have a brochure for that.
There
Yeah.
you go. All right.
So, yeah.
So is there anything else you want to tell us about your company or what you've been doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing we spoke about yesterday, I can get into that, which is social media and how a lot of these restoration owners, they're not on social media because they think, oh, well, my clients aren't on Facebook when they get water damage job, which is very true because obviously Google is king. You want to be on Google first. However, they don't think about that all these other realtors and other business partners are on social media that you
Right.
can talk to them. So that is the reason why you should be on there, not for your clients per se directly, but for the referral partners. And that's where social media, I think, can really shine. One of the people in the talk that I held, I'm sure Lance was taking furious notes there. Basically, he actually stated how he wrote LinkedIn articles, right? Now, did that get them a remediation job from the article? No, it actually got them a referral partner who read the article, right? So today you can use AI to write all sorts of different articles for you. However, they're probably going to be lower quality still. But what you can do is you can use it as like a brainstorming partner for you. And then after you brainstorm topics, you can even do it for a little bit of research. You can add your own unique spin to make it really engaging, interesting, funny, right? You want it to be awesome content. And then you post it to social media. People will read that about you. They'll read, oh, wow, look, Michael Pinto has all this content, et cetera. And then they'll reach out to you. And now you're getting more business, right? Because Michael actually ranked #1 on ChatGPT. I met him about 2.5, 3 years ago. I actually ended up referring him connections, right? A year later. So a lot of times everybody, it's a classical, everybody wants a light switch, right? Everybody wants
Right.
6-minute abs. But with things like social media and really the high leverage marketing, it takes time. Now I'm gonna take a breath and let you catch up here. Yeah, there's a lot to talk.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah. No,
No,
I'll talk
you know
myself.
what? There's a lot of information,
yeah,
that you're talking about, and the viewers, they understand,
Yeah.
and especially when you broke it down there a few minutes ago as to the service you provide for the everyday person.
hmm
And that's really what they're looking for, to understand that we don't have a lot of people that are going to go out and dive into the AI side,
Yep.
but they're going to go to companies like yours for the AI assistance. So that's the power of what you're doing.
Yeah, 100%, right? As it gets more competitive and more complicated with AI, right? We can help demystify and simplify things, right? The last thing I'll say, because I can't speak here for an hour, but I know it's not my show. Lance will tell you I'll take it over.
Well, I'll be back. You keep
Yeah.
talking.
Okay, sounds good. That sounds like a plan to me. But the other, we'll do a Vlad takeover
There you go.
session. Yeah. But the other thing people want is they want to pay very little for jobs, right? They're like, these advertising prices are crazy. It's too expensive. Why? The reason they're so expensive is because you're paying to get the job today, right? You're getting the job today, so you're paying the most for a specific referral. You're going on Angie's, Thumbtack, CraftJack, Service Direct, right? Those are going to be the most expensive, 300, 600, et cetera, right? For prices. However, if you do something like Michael Pinto did and you build a brand, right? Then you're going to spend very little because people know of you. Your reputation will grow. And then that's where you can make a lot of money for spending a little bit. And I always like to tell people, right? What do you think of in terms of price range when you think of Walmart versus Lamborghini, right? The branding does make a difference. It's
Absolutely.
long term though.
Well, Led, I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
Didn't want you to take over the hour show.
Yeah, I was going to.
Yeah, I know. But there's still a lot of people here. And you know what? This is day 3. The show ends in, I don't know, an hour or so. And it's still crowded.
Yeah, it is actually a packed show today, which is awesome. I actually will have to say I've been to other conferences. The Experience Conference is a wonderful one, and people are really engaging. They're friendly, and if people haven't attended, I highly recommend you guys check out the scene and come say hello to me if you do.
All righty. Thank you. And we'll chat again, I'm sure.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Okay, everybody, one more time before the end of the day, and then we have all day tomorrow to do some more interviews. But for now, I want to end the day talking to, and I'm just going to say, Becky, I mean, we've done trainings together. We've done other shows like this. You are the person that does the photography, the marketing, the editing, the production of promoting all of these contractors that are here. So tell us a little bit about you and what you really do, not what I just tried to explain.
Oh, I like it. You kind of made me sound fancy.
Absolutely.
it.
Absolutely.
take it. I mean, the title I say is photographer, videographer, and digital media manager. But yeah,
It doesn't fit on a card, does it?
no, it kind of doesn't. I think it's the max on LinkedIn on my little bio there at the top where
Okay.
it says, "What's your job title?" It fits. I just had to use a slash instead of spaces. But yeah, I mean, I have been very fortunate to get to teach a workshop with you over this topic. We're kind of intertwined in that way.
That was
which
in
is great.
Mexico.
It was Forty by Arto.
It was a nice place to go.
I'll do that again. Anyone want to sign up for that?
Yeah, really. So how does what you do help all the contractors and people that are here in this industry?
So it's in all different ways because, you know, photography and videography, that's a great marketing tool as well as just documentation. And then when it comes to digital media management, that's your social media. That's your, are you telling me to hold it up closer?
Yeah, a
Okay.
little
I
closer.
saw it. I saw it. Was that a little better, you
Just a
think?
little.
Okay. And then digital media marketing is, you know, getting yourself in front of the right people, right? With marketing, you talk about marketing as well. But what I focus on is organic reach. So yes, I do ads as well, but I focus on what's going to be free for you. How are you going to get stuff out for free without having
The organic stuff.
yeah,
is
organic
basically-
reach. Exactly.
You know, and there's people here in all different verticals from carpet manufacturers and cleaners, plumbers, electricians. I mean, everybody is here with all kinds of technical tools and things that they do, but they all need to market,
Oh, yes.
you know, and I think the way that you approach the industry and being able to help them is a little unique.
Oh, thank you.
It just is, you know, I've seen you do the training and the uniqueness is one that you care and you take each company on as an individual, not just, all right, here's the routine. This is what
Oh,
you
I'm
do.
glad you see that because yeah, that's the biggest goal is getting to help the company and getting to see the company evolve. That's the most rewarding thing for me is just getting to see, hey, we started from here, we started from the ground, or maybe we started from high up, but how can I take you to that next level? So
Any special tricks or things that are favorite of yours in that area?
well, it depends on because like you said, there's all different types of companies in this industry across the board. So it does depend on kind of where you're at, but I recommend engaging with your audience in any way that you can, whether it be posting a live video very often because those pop up first on everyone's feed. Or am I holding it close enough?
You're fine.
Or, you know, just engaging with your audience as much as you can, you know, posting as often as you can, and even posting stuff that you think people wouldn't care about. People care more than you think.
You know, I did a training the other day and I talked about talking to your audience, but not for things that you like, because they may like something completely different. You
Yeah.
can't just tell them what you like. You got to tell them what they like.
Yeah. Yeah. And even asking your audience what they like and then talking about that is a great way to approach it.
And that's
too.
the idea. It's really changing it to the direction of what their needs and wants are.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, no, I like the whole marketing side of this. I like the way that you did your presentation when we did it in Mexico.
I
And,
appreciate yours as well.
That's why I wanted to talk to you here. So if anybody out there wants to get your type of help with
Mhm.
promoting their business, how do they reach you?
Well, I mean, you can reach me directly if you want to. What do we want to give
You
them?
can give them your website, you can give whatever email, whatever contact you
Well,
want to
I'm
do.
Becky Tomeno. You can reach me through anything, honestly. I'll give you the fun one. So I'm on Instagram as Gotta Love Monkeys. This is my personal page, GOTTALOVEMONKEYS. Yes, that's my name on Instagram. You can reach me there. You can find me on Facebook as Becky Tomeno. And my last name is kind of tricky because it sounds like an A sometimes, but it's TOMAINO, Tomeno. Sometimes I say it tomato, tomato, however you want to say it, doesn't really matter. Like
Okay.
we were saying earlier, we answer to anything, right? But yeah, and then I own Rebecca Lauren Photography and Rebecca Lauren Media. So a great way to look at that is just RebeccaLaurenPhotography.com. But I'm on everything. I'm on LinkedIn, as you all should be. Facebook, Instagram, all of the things. So
And now you're on Normie TV.
I'm on Normie TV. I'm famous now.
Yes, you are. So, well, I appreciate you stopping by. I know that you've been running around
Sure.
talking to people all day too. And my voice is just about gone. So
Do you have any left for tomorrow?
I'll try not to talk much tonight.
Okay, good.
So
A little sabbatical, and then we're chatting.
absolutely. So thank you again for stopping by. We appreciate it. And hopefully the people out there, if they need your services, will reach out.
Well, awesome. Reach out.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance. This was fun.
And I'm going to turn it over to you. This is Skip Jankowski. He is a Normie Pro, like Doug said earlier. He's become a good friend. He's one of our senior trainers. He is from the West Coast. We don't hold that against him. And Skip, I'm going to turn it over to you for your presentation. Share your screen, and we'll be here if you need any assistance.
All right, thank you very much. By the way, this presentation, I didn't get the memo. It was sent out to all of attendees that I would be talking about mycotoxins. I'm actually taking a different pathway tonight. In the future, I can talk about it, but I wanted to give something a little bit more of an overview. It'll make sense. Hang with me. Nobody has to take notes. You don't have to turn your brains on too much, but hopefully this will make sense. And this is where I have a lot of passion for this and why I have so much advocacy for Normie, because Normie talks about this more than any of the other training and or certification entities that are out there. And what you hopefully will see if I do a decent enough job is that we are absolutely in the indoor air quality arena, and we are certainly decontaminating microbially contaminated environments that can have a direct impact on health. So let's get started. I'm going to share my screen here. Here's the National Institute of Health, moisture and mold remediation. The presence of excessive moisture in buildings has been linked to occupational illness, right? Vis-a-vis, simply stated, water damaged buildings, damper water damaged buildings are unhealthy. We can go to the EPA, right? Molds are usually not a problem indoors. Okay, I think we might challenge that. Unless mold spores land on a wet or damp spot and begin growing. Some of us may have a problem with that. Inhaling or touching mold. Bottom line is, again, simply stated, water damaged buildings, damp or water damaged buildings are unhealthy. California, this was a big step out here. California Department of Health has concluded that the presence of water damage, dampness, visible mold, or mold odor in schools, workplaces, residences, and other indoor environments is unhealthy. Typically, though, we don't get these agencies to tell people why. Let's take a look at how big the problem might be. We know it's a big problem, genetically and immunologically. This particular study, which is Quest Diagnostics, at the time that they did this was a 10-year retrospective analysis from 2000 to 2010, and then published in 2011, represented the largest study of allergy testing in the United States at that time. It involved 1.5 billion patient interactions across the country. They then listed 30 cities in the United States. Can everybody see that?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, let's take the 2 Super Bowl cities. And I'm going to ask for a volunteer out there to do a quick mathematical search or calculation. Let's look at Philadelphia, 12% of the population, right, confirmed to have a mold sensitization, a mold allergy. So that's Philly. Then we go down to Kansas City, and we have 16% of the population. That's a lot of people, folks, right? What I can tell you is Cincinnati at 13%, that equates to about 52,000 people. 52,000 people confirmed, right? That's 13% of their population confirmed to be sensitized to mold. That's a mold allergy. So if we look at this data and we just look at the top 30 cities in the country, on average, that's over 12% of the population across the spectrum as a mean is confirmed to have a mold allergy. Cincinnati alone, is over 50,000 people, right? So where I'm going with this is, again, the agencies, departments of health, water damaged buildings are unhealthy. The predominant media attention for a very long time has been on mold, fungal amplification, and yes, mycotoxins, which I was supposed to talk about. Maybe that'll be a future discussion. But this is a very, very interactive microbial biocontaminant, or a word that is becoming very, very prevalent these days is biotoxin landscape. You have mold species and specificity, right? Quantity and species of mold that amplify in damp to wet conditions. Then you have indicator molds or marker molds, which then produce mycotoxins. We also have VOCs and MVOCs. We have beta glucans. We have gram-negative bacteria, endotoxins, and we also have gram-positive bacteria, Actinomycetes. My point in this presentation tonight is to show some studies from around the world in clinical papers. The prevalence, in other words, global scientific published studies for a very long time have known about this. It has not transitioned into common knowledge into this industry, and hopefully we're going to make a change in that. Bacteria, right? Note about bacteria, don't take notes, there's not going to be a test. It's either gram-positive or gram-negative, right? And that's a function of staining. Each cell membrane allows for a certain stain to take, either red if you're gram-negative or purple if you're gram-positive. Gram-positive are typically associated with Actinomycetes, right? Actinomycetes research recently, which we now know that CIRS, chronic inflammatory response syndrome, is now a medically accepted diagnosis, right? It characterized by a chronic inflammatory response which is triggered by predominantly a genetic predisposition. HLA-DRDQ gene doesn't function properly. Gram-negative bacteria, we're pretty much talking about endotoxins, both of which, again, actinobacteria, right? Actinomycetes, actinos for short. Endotoxins is an actual part of the membrane of that bacteria, both of which start to grow on buildings along with mold and everything else, but they too, just like mold spores, become aerosolized. And at that point in time, they are now a bioaerosol. And the principal pathway or the triggering mechanism for someone's immune system to respond either immunologically, like what's represented in the Quest study, or for CIRS patient genetically, it's through inhalation. This particular study, the Environmental Health Unit, the National Institute of Health in Finland, talked about indoor microbiota in severely moisture damaged homes and the impact of interventions. Interesting. Again, I so apologize. I've got one screen here which is very large. This is very short. If I'm so fortunate to be able to do this again, I will have solved this technical glitch. The point of this particular study, published in 2017, had everything to do with trying to find microbial contaminant indicators or flags associated with an occupant's illness or prevalence of illness, and to be able to rank that house. We've talked about this in our normie classes, especially the sensitized individual. What is the issue, the health issue of that occupant? And then what are you looking for in the form of a source contaminant? In short, this particular study, that's exactly what they were looking for. What is the occupant illness? How can we assess the various biocontaminants, whether they be mold, mycotoxins, or bacteria, to rank the house a certain way, which then leads to a remediation protocol that may be a better approach to reverse the contamination. So a couple of aspects of the paper. Whoops, sorry about that. So they're using novel sequencing. What we have here in the United States is EnviroBiomics. They are testing for actinobacteria, endotoxins, et cetera, et cetera. However, if we look at this particular part here, a major objective of the study was to make a first step towards closing the gap, trying to identify signature of moisture damage, identification of what is the organism, the predominant organism that could ultimately be identified as a source contaminant. It's pretty cool to me that science is working down that pathway, right? And it's going to be transitional into the industry. Additionally, the limited understanding of microbial characteristics in moisture damaged buildings impedes the effort to clarify what are the adverse health effects of the occupants associated with the damage. So again, is this more bacteria related as a trigger to that occupant health issue? Is it mold, or is it a combination? Interestingly enough, and I don't know, nor am I taking exception with any of the remediation best practices, but here's what they found. Looking at changes in the relative abundance of the top 15 abundant taxa, pre and post intervention, constituting 50% of bacteria and 50% of the fungal species, there was very little change in those interventions vis-a-vis remediations on both of those species of mycotoxins, or I'm sorry, not mycotoxins, but microbial contaminants. And then the absence of clear fungal signals in the buildings that they were assessing was really dumbfounded to them, because the mindset has always been that this is a mold problem in damp and water damaged buildings, regardless of the fact that for decades now we've understood that bacteria plays a major role. Additionally, this is very interesting, Frontiers in Bioscience, published in 2011, again in Finland. I'm finding that when I do this research, there's a lot of data that's being published over the years from places outside of the States. If I were to have talked about it in the future in talking about mycotoxins specifically, Dr. Erika Blom, Lund University in Sweden, did some groundbreaking work in testing air and surface samples in water damaged buildings, not only in Sweden, where she found and confirmed in multiple tests that 80% of the aerosolized samples that she was testing were positive for mycotoxins. And she did the same thing in Katrina, where she found upwards of 60% of Katrina homes had aerosolized mycotoxins that they were able to capture. But here's the thing that was really interesting to me. Yes, we know that things take place on surfaces. Yes, we know that building materials, if they're damp and wet long enough, you get the colonization of mold, mycotoxins, bacteria. But take a look at this. Even back in 2002, actinomycetes in indoor air were higher in buildings that have this contamination in their inner wall insulation material of these damp and wet structures. And they found that because of the size of the actinobacteria, they were more readily migratory from the inner wall cavity into the habitable space based on their size, more so than mold spores. Pretty interesting stuff. When we get into some of the aerosolization potential of, in this case, mold, as reported by Thrasher and Crowley in Industrial Health 2009, how many spores can be aerosolized? So they did a bench study. First and foremost, one of the things that I found interesting by these authors or these researchers was that when mold species exceed those outdoors in an indoor environment, they're already deducing contamination has taken place. What does that mean if you've got 3,700 Aspergillus penicillium outside, you get 5,200 inside, it's contaminated, even though you have a relative similarity in quantity of those species, right? Okay, so they do a bench study and they set up a biosafety cabinet and they introduce some laminar airflow in there representative of what you would see in a home. And here's what they found. Different species of mold become dislodged, move from a surface into the air in different amounts per species. So as they were testing Cladosporium, and by the way, this is 1 centimeter, which is the equivalent of your fingernail on your index finger. Under 500 spores for Cladosporium type, Stachybotrys 4,000, Aspergillus penicillium 10,000 spores each. Now, one way that I look at this and go, wow, that's like your HVAC system is on. You have a fan on in a room. You're walking past a wall, right? And then all of a sudden, this is by virtue of changes in air pressure differentials. You're pulling these spores or they're being released into the atmosphere. Oftentimes when we're doing spore trap sample testing or assessing companies that do perform this, we're not capturing everything. So this type of background knowledge, whether it be bacteria, or in this case, mold spores and other byproducts of these microbial contaminants, to understand that this has been proven, this has been tested, this has been found elsewhere, gives us some knowledge about what we're really looking at, and if we're not looking at it or for it, we should be, especially because we're talking about health issues. Also published and sent from the same paper, Thrasher and Crowley, right? What has Normie talked about? What do we talk about? Unlike other certifying entities or certification or teaching bodies, 9 biocontaminants, right? We can list them. Gram-negative and positive bacteria, mycotoxins, molds, proteins, beta-glucans, endotoxins. Actinomycetes are associated with hypersensitivity pneumonitis, invasive infections, rather, blah, 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 blah. Other types of mycotoxins are producing things very similar to chemotherapy agents. So let me take a breath here and go back and say that I think this is Skip's thinking here. This is my hypothesis that these national entities and agencies, EPA, NIH, CDC, various departments of health are saying that these water damage buildings are unhealthy. I think we're getting closer for these agencies to be telling people why. A, because this type of science is becoming very, very much so more prevalent. It's not necessarily readily accessible yet. However, Normie talks about this, and through its teaching is getting more and more professionals to become aware of this. And so therefore that bridge across the Grand Canyon is being built. These are unhealthy environments. Here's why, and here's what we should be looking at to solve the problem conclusively. When we understand the built environment and how that has changed since the 1970s. Well, today people are spending so much more time indoors, right? Agencies are saying like 90% of our time is indoors, whether it's work or at home. What we're seeing is the symptoms of mold exposure are increasing. The rate of aerosolized transmissible diseases, such as the pandemic, or nosocomial infection in hospitals, have hardly been affected over decades. I suggest that these either mold allergies or sensitivities, as confirmed over well over a decade ago, in fact, almost 2 decades ago by Quest, with that data compilation, again, 1.5 billion. We're not talking about a study of 200 data points, right? 1.5 billion. If the symptoms of mold exposure are increasing, that means more and more people are becoming aware that something is happening. More and more doctors are becoming more mold literate in treating either an allergy or SEERS. More awareness means there's a whole lot more buildings, whether that be a resident and home ownership, apartment, school, office, government, military housing. There's a lot of buildings out there that are going to need proper decontamination approaches. From the healthcare practitioner standpoint, there's a reason why Dr. Neil Nathan states that when it comes to the most sensitized patients, he's emphasized and will continue to emphasize mold toxicity is the single most common contributing cause of that sensitivity. Mold toxicity is far more common than is currently recognized. Those who are knowledgeable in this field estimate that millions of people are wrestling with this problem, but are entirely unaware of its existence. And the reason for that is the EPA, NIOSH, 5% of buildings were contaminated in the 70s and 80s. By the 90s, people are starting to spend more time indoors, and we're getting a lot smarter in properly diagnosing indoor air contaminants. 35 to 50% of the buildings 10 to 20 years later, right, are now considered microorganism, right, generated contamination, biotoxin, bioaerosol. And then it's translating because more and more doctors are seeing these types of patients. We're talking the scientific evidence of what's being produced in a damp or water damaged building, but now we have the transition to studies that are confirming health issues, and we were getting those these published articles as well. So you've got thousands of scientific publications on mycotoxins, endotoxins, actinobacteria being the principal culprits of the inflammatory response. It used to be mold, or the thought of mycotoxins being that significant contributor to that health issue of an occupant. But now it's conclusive, right? And in fact, other than, I mean, if you talk with pretty much anybody that's in this industry, most will acknowledge that, yeah, it's a health issue. I'm hopeful that the rest of the curtain can be peeled back and the secret can be completely uncovered, and that we now know everything that grows in a damp or water damaged building, and specific protocols such as the NORMI, NC, RSI, NCMP is the right approach to solve it. And in fact, I'll go one step further, that I think the data alone for SEERS patients, Dr. Shoemaker, Dr. Andrew Heyman that Doug alluded to earlier, foremost leading authority in this country today, has stated in some of his presentations, and we know this, that 22 to 25% of the population has a genetic predisposition for SEERS because of the genetic anomaly, and they don't even know it. Might it be time for the industry to start assuming that when we are going through and assessing from the assessor side and diagnosing and doing inspections of these buildings to determine the degree to which they are water damaged or damp, and then we transition to either hand it off or we're doing the remediation, should we start to assimilate an assumption that regardless of whether the occupant realizes or not, they may be suffering from mold, because the data is pretty clear on that. Almost 4 in 10 people, 25% genetically, 10 to 15% immunologically. Dr. William Nazaroff, I quote this paper quite a bit, Cal Berkeley 2014, Indoor Air. Dr. Nazaroff, Department of Civil Engineering and Environmental Engineering at Cal Berkeley. This particular study, this is a great paper for anybody that wants to look it up and just dig into it over a cup of coffee. Talking about the bioaerosol behavior and its effect on human beings is is particularly coupled to the particle size in the 0.1 to 10 micron for bioaerosols. In fact, what he further goes into, which I will not hear, it is that 2 or sub 2 micron particle that is the biggest culprit, whether that is a mycotoxin or a mold species or an actinobacteria or an endotoxin, that is of significant concern, because sub 2 micron particles, they now know, are so easily deposited deep into the human lung and therefore into the bloodstream. Now, we don't have to be doctors, right? We don't treat people. But I think that if we can have and increase and develop our knowledge of what the medical community and the scientific community has identified and which is now confirmed, all of us in this industry will be better served to more comprehensively and completely and thoroughly decontaminate these damp and water damaged buildings, such that the end result of our efforts leaves an environment that can support recovery and then certainly wellness long term for the people that are living in these buildings. One of the things that we have that is frustrating to all of us, our clientele, those that we interact with on a daily basis, there are no published standards by the EPA, the NIH, the CDC, various state departments of health on what is a normal amount of mold. And of course, in fairness to them, they almost cannot create that standard, because each human being, depending upon how they are biologically made up, do they have that HLA-DR-DQ gene anomaly that makes them genetically susceptible to mold illness and disease, which is what SEERS is, versus something that's more allergenic or an immunological response. But if we look at other viewpoints, and in this case, the World Health Organization, this particular study, toxins, another great study. Now we're, most of the papers I've referenced thus far were 2009, 2014, 2011. Now we're getting up to 2023. And they reference in this particular paper that the World Health Organization states that spore concentrations above 500 CFU per cubic meter of air is considered as hazardous for an occupant. Not might, not could be, but is. And then above 1,000 CFU per cubic meter of air is considered extremely hazardous. Now, the difference between what we typically use, which is non-viable spore trap or swab sampling, that's a certain number of spores per cubic meter of air. CFU is colony forming units, which is a direct reference to viability. These are culturable results. So if you're culturing 500 colony forming units per cubic meter of air, that's a problem for any occupant. If it's over 1,000, it's a significant. Now, what's an equivalent? How do you test for this? It's basically, we've seen this. The homeowner calls us and says, hey, I went down to the box store and I bought this Petri dish. And because something smelled funny, it smelled moldy, misty, and I followed the directions and I took the lid off and I let it sit for an hour. I covered it up and I sent it to the lab, and I've got, 2,500 CFUs per cubic meter of air. What does that mean? Right? So now we have a way to answer that question because we're more knowledgeable, and we have some very relevant pieces of information that we can share with people. But the bottom line is that scenario is that's a home that needs to be decontaminated. Different species of mold release different amounts of spores or fragments into the air, into the environment. They're aerosolized. These are now bioaerosols. They're still biotoxins. For example, Aspergillus versicolor, 17 to 170 times higher or more spore or fragments than Cladosporium. I mean, listen, I don't wake up and say, I want to go find out what species of mold releases more spores or fragments of their self into the atmosphere. I don't do that. I'm very thankful that these researchers do. But, you know, as we all know, the health risks for years have been associated with really nasty things. But again, our awareness creates a better pathway. It sheds light on what we should be looking for, and then what our end result should be for our remediation activities. When it comes to SEERS, and this is where this is not necessarily new, it's probably 3, 4, 5 years. I think 2019, there was a legal case where the diagnosis of SEERS was challenged. It actually was accepted. So since I think 2019, and I referenced this early on in this presentation, that now SEERS is a understood and accepted medical condition. But here's what happens. For those of you out there, the actual brain structure changes. And in fact, there's some very cool, very advanced technology out there today in the form of brain scanning of SEERS confirmed patients, whereby their brains look like the CTE damaged brains of professional athletes, because a lot of these contaminants cross the blood-brain barrier and literally changes the structure of the human brain. It's cuckoo crazy. It's bananas that we've been able to identify this. But because of that, the requirement for us to be aware of this, we don't have to be experts. I'm no experts on this stuff, but I have an understanding of what happens, and therefore it elevates my approach in how I deal with that client who's confirmed to be a SEERS patient. Even if they're not, they've got a mold allergy. And even if neither of the two are case, I'm making an assumption so that I don't leave any stone unturned, depending upon how I'm going to assess the building and then subsequently remediate it. The point here is that these people's brains change. The structure of the brain literally is measurable and it changes. That's a pretty scary thing to me anyways. I'm sure it is to everybody else out there, but I can't see everybody else out there. Why is this the case? If we go back to Dr. Nazaroff and Cal Berkeley, the sub-2 micron particle, human hair, 50 to 180 microns. If you have any less, I'm losing mine. So, we have to go 0 to 180 here in some cases, right? But this is it right here. So below 2 microns, what happens is that particle, regardless if it's bacteria, a mold fragment, an endotoxin, actinobacteria, whether it's a mycotoxin, these are 2 microns and below predominantly. They go through, you breathe them in, either through nasally or through your mouth, and they go past the esophagus, through the bronchial tubes, deep into the alveoli, and are released into the bloodstream rather immediately. I'm sure everyone out there that's in attendance tonight has spoken to someone who says, I can't go in that room because if I do, within seconds or a couple of minutes, all of these things start kicking up. All of my symptoms kick in. This is why. It's what is the particle and how small is it? Because that, as has been studied and confirmed now, is very readily, deeply deposited into the lung, which goes into the bloodstream, which subsequently causes this chain reaction of events that is out of control. This particular slide is a representative of what I just talked about. I tend to use as my blood pressure cuff in a building, a lab that incorporates digital microscopy, and it looks at 100% of the slide. and it captures an image of that air spore trap sample. For those of you that are curious, this particular sample had 1.8 million Aspergillus penicillium types per cubic meter of air. Again, inhale deep right through this, right into the alveoli and deep into the alveoli, and it goes into the bloodstream. If you're genetically predisposed or immunologically predisposed, things start to happen very, very, very quickly. And even if you're not, you know, some people are sensitized to mold. Well, we know that all mold can make anyone sick. It's a dose, duration, and over time, right? If you're in a contaminated environment long enough, you're going to have an effect. The biggest thing here that is very, 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 very challenging happens when these patients are finally get to a doctor. The doctors have the biggest challenge here. This is crazy. I just put this up here because the physicians that treat these people, predominantly SEERs, and for that matter, those who are immunologically sensitized, an allergy type patient, they got to look at everything. There's a lot that they have to do, and it takes a long time for them to be talking to those particular patients. There's a long road to hoe. They got to look at a lot of things. So our job is critical. The physician's job is very, very complex because they have to look at so many things biologically. In the end, and I want to leave a little bit of time here, when we're dealing with people that have allergies, when we're dealing with people that are SEERs, we have all dealt with them. It's not fun. In many cases, if it's a SEERs patient, and right now I'm dealing with two referred to me from doctors outside, these folks are at the end of their rope. We know what causes it. And then Normie, in its charter, Guidon, is here to change the world. The more we know about what this causes, or we know, the more we can uncover and properly diagnose through the certain testing, whether it's a swab or a spore trap or a viability test, or looking at PCR type testing. What are the endotoxins found? You know, using a beta glucan, getting a comprehensive diagnosis is going to help us. And of course, the last thing here is that the entire environment, if I go back, and I don't want to have to go back and look at all these slides, but if something started growing on a wall or a floor or a ceiling, it got into the air. It's by the time this was identified, the containment barrier isn't going to contain the biotoxins, which is why it is so critical for the Normie sanitization protocol to be comprehensively enacted and done correctly, because the whole environment, if this was a problem in the kitchen, there's a biotoxin in the bedroom, and vice versa. So we owe it to these buildings to do the best we can, and there's just so much information out there today that can help us be better at what we do to reverse this contamination. I'm going to stop sharing right now. And Lance, if you want to open it up, and I hope that made sense. There was a lot of stuff there. I just hope that logically it makes sense, that we have a lot more stuff that we could be looking at. We have the tools to do it. And Normie's at the forefront of this as it relates to what should you be looking at, and here's how you correct it.
Well, Skip, first thing, I want to thank you for doing that. It was a tremendous amount of information in there. And I do have a few questions I want to follow up with, and some of them were put in by some of our people here. But I want to kind of set the stage first to answer a question about why we don't, or why we haven't to this point reacted as aggressively towards these situations as some other parts of the world. Most of the people here in the room have seen somebody stung by a bee and have a reaction to it. Most of the people here have at some point seen somebody touch poison ivy and within a very short amount of time have a reaction to it. The biggest difference is you can see what's causing the problem. in what you're talking about, we're talking about microscopic organisms that people can't see. You know, it's just like saying, when's the last time you looked up in your house? Really? They don't look, they don't see, it doesn't exist. So I think that's one of the bigger things, that we're now dealing with a world that we can't see with the naked eye, and that's causing a lot of these issues. The comment came up the other day about doctors being so specialized in what they do that if they take care of your elbow and your hand hurts, they send you to another doctor.
Yeah.
But wait a minute, it's a few inches away. They don't do that. The double-edged sword to that, though, kind of works in our favor, because now we're having a lot of doctors actually researching this environmental medicine and getting very, very specialized into it. And these are the people doing the research and bringing this out to the forefront. So I see that as kind of working in our favor, even though we may have to run to 3 or 4 doctors because 2 different parts of our arm hurt. All right. So the question I have for you, why right now is there so much more research still being done outside of the US than in the US? If you can answer that in a G rating.
Well, number one, I would think that from 30,000 feet, the structures in Europe are a lot older than what they are here, right? That's first and foremost. Number two, they have probably, we're a very large country. It's a lot smaller over there. So the density of the population per structure is very different than it is here. We have, you know, other than outside the coast. Thirdly, I think that's just been on their radar screen. For example, we can use rising damp. Rising damp is a term that we're using now. That originated, I think, that was England, right? That's rising damp. The stone foundations got wet and everything goes. I mean, that's a term that, as I understand it, started over there. So it's just an interest. I think it's an interest thing. Now, it's not that we're not studying this, the scientific community and healthcare practitioners and researchers aren't doing that. It's just that there's a lot of it all over the world. I mean, I can do any Google search and find scientific published studies here in the States very, very readily. I have a lot more than what I showed you here tonight, but I didn't want to bore people with this stuff. And by the way, I don't want to be, an expert on this. I just use this so that I can gain an understanding of what I should be looking at in that building. And even though you haven't asked the question, let me just close the loop here on this circle. In many regards, this is a very complex mathematical equation. And I don't need to be a mathematician if I understand what the formula is. And if I adhere to the formula, I can get to the answer. Even though we can't see this stuff, if we know we should be looking for actinobacteria, and there are labs out there that'll send us a kit that will be able to do that, where we can get an interpretive result, and I can look for beta glucans and I can look for VOCs. We have all that. These are tools that need to go into the toolbox.
So can I add a fourth reason? Difference between, I think, Europe and some of these Asia, some of the other countries compared to us. And I don't want to sound too political about this, but I think generally speaking, allopaths, the doctors that we deal with from the MD side of it, in America, we're more interested in dealing with symptoms than we are causes.
Yeah.
And truthfully, for most of us, if we have a headache, well, we want to lose weight. It's easier to take Ozempic than it is to stop eating and exercise.
Right.
We've got pain somewhere. We're going to take a medicine to deal with the pain rather than the symptom, rather than finding the cause. So in 2010, I was invited to speak in Los Angeles at the Alternative Therapies Conference for cancer therapies. And there were 1,700 doctors there. I was asked there to speak on the subject of mold and how we're talking about a long time ago,
Yeah.
but I was there to talk about mold and the potential health effects related to mold, that what we knew then. And what was interesting was that out of these 1,700 doctors, 85% of them were from outside of the United States. And the practices that they were using, the therapies that they were using, were not approved by the FDA in the States. And the practices that they were using were as a result of exactly what you just said, Skip, that they had been looking at studies for the cause, and then they were addressing the cause. And so with cancer, for instance, they were dealing with diet. They were dealing with hyperthermia. They were dealing with different pH diets, those sorts of things. It was just a completely different approach than in the allopath world, at least back then, was if you got cancer, let's cut it out, or let's radiate it. So I think I just think that's a factor. Like I said, I don't want to sound too political about it, but I think our approach to medicine has been completely different than what we see in Europe.
Yeah, a lot of these studies, the Finnish studies that I was started off with, it's a holistic approach. Is that a Finnish study or is that normie? Is that a Finnish study or normie? It's a holistic approach because you will not solve the problem if you don't look at the source. Right. And then you're not going to solve the problem if you think that you only have to reduce quantitatively the amount of mold spores in a containment area. You're missing the containment areas for the most part, right? It's a fraction of the total cubic amount of air in a building. And the rest of it is contaminated, and we're only focused on what's behind the plastic. So cannot pay enough homage to the sanitization protocol and high-level disinfecting cleaning to remove these particulates. Because, hey, look, you've interacted with Dr. Remy and Dr. Heyman, right? If you don't remove the endotoxins to the extent that you can, or the actinobacteria, that person is not going to get better. They just won't, because they still are exposed. So it's a big, big, big job. And I suggest that to all my fellow colleagues out there in attendance tonight, and those that will be here in the future, whether we realize it or not, we're becoming more closely aligned to high-level hospital infectious disease cleaning professionals and biotechnology decontamination professionals, period. That's where we're at. Yeah. Because those are the two, that's what the world knows right now. That's the SpaceX of decontaminating microbial contamination. It's both of those two. One doesn't supersede the other. In combination, you will get the cleanest environment there is, period, if done properly.
Hey, Skip, I have a question here from one of our viewers tonight, and I want to put it out there to you and Doug. I'm comfortable with my own answer on this, and I want to remind you we only have a little bit before the top of the hour, because I know this will go on for a long time. But here's the question. If a property insurance company will pay for a mold inspection and testing for an affected property, then why won't a health insurance company pay for a mold inspection and testing to evaluate someone if their home is killing them? I'm sure we could do an easy hour on that, but I think the short answer is that they're staying in their lane, they're avoiding knowing, so they have to deal with the issue?
Well, here's my personal opinion on this. Mr. President, I look forward to your response. If the EPA, which we already know, their base study said 85% of the buildings in this country have IAQ contamination. 50% had signs of water damage at the time of the assessment, and over 50% of them are contaminated. How much is that going to cost to fix? That's if that isn't the definition of Pandora's box. And then there's another reason why the EPA, CDC, NIH aren't telling people why these are unhealthy, because the magnitude of the problem exceeds the amount of money we have. So we have to be very systematic right now. We have to go about this very specifically. It's not a shotgun approach. We have to, and this is why Normie has the ability to get people to start thinking differently about how are they going to cover this from an insurance standpoint, and can we get these regulatory agencies to start saying, here's why it's unhealthy, and here's how we're going to fix it. Mr. President.
So I'll just tell you, I think the interesting thing about this is it kind of goes back to what we just talked about. It's about informing people that they have to deal with the cause, not the symptom. And unfortunately, our society often they just don't know how to exist without insurance. They expect insurance to pay for the symptom, for the problem, rather than looking at the cause and saying, look, how can I keep an environment dry? How can I make sure, using IAQ management, that my home will never get to a situation where it's water damaged? Or if it is water damaged, how do I fix it so I'm not going to have a problem forever? You know, one of the interesting things you said that I just want to underscore, Skip, and great job, by the way. Love this. This is really what we need to talk about. But probably a lot of people in the room tonight heard terms that they've not been familiar with, actinos, endotoxins, biotoxins. And what you did was you laid out, I think, a beautiful picture of the whole microbial contamination issue, much, 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 much bigger than mold. And that's the kind of thing we talk about in the NCRSI class. And I wish, you know, in a perfect world, if I were running the world, all of our Normie members would take that class so that they would understand how to utilize EnviroBiomics and Respirari and blah, 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 and at least be familiar with it. Because as you said, and I think you're exactly correct, you used the word intervention. I'm just going to put a different term on that. But the traditional remediation processes just are not effective for the majority of the people. And we've got to learn how to do our jobs better. I'm just saying.
Well, there's no, and in order to do so, you have to understand what is it that you're trying to solve. And that's this type of information, which you don't have to be Einstein to have a working comprehensive knowledge of what this means, right? The other thing is, if we are and should, not necessarily tomorrow, but we're migrating towards this industry is going to be more closely aligned to hospital infectious disease decontamination cleaning, biotechnology, environmental decontamination. Then if you go to the doctor, first thing you do is put the blood pressure cuff on you. That's why I said this, that example of that spore trap sample, that's my blood pressure cuff, because I can see what's there. It measures 100% of the slide, and pictorially, I can present this. Nathan, this is what you're breathing. Yeah. And holy cow. So that's my blood pressure. So I'm using analogies. Secondly, if I see that, I can go, you know what? This is telling me I need to take an X-ray. And what is that X-ray going to be? EnviroBiomics. I want to do a bacterial and endotoxin and actino test in here. And by the way, guess what? They've already said the doctor wants that. And they've already said the doctor wants an ERMI. And the doctor said they want a Hertz Me too. So if the doctors are saying this, and this is what we're going at here, this is a collaboration between the patient, the doctor, the HVAC company, which I haven't even gotten into today. We stand early, but guess what? The Normie trained professional, and if you go through this NCRSI NCMP class, you're positioning yourself within the market that you're operating on, regardless of what you're doing, is to being the subject matter expert. And every single market all over the world needs somebody who understands this stuff, because the people that are affected are looking for hope. They want hope that they can talk to somebody and get the right information. And when people call us, they go, that's the closest thing I've gotten to what my doctor is telling me I got to deal with. I call all these other companies, they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And I'll tell you what, I'm new to Normie. I couldn't tell you, I got to raise the biggest Normie flag I can find on the planet, because this is the knowledge entity. This is going to teach people in the masses about what this really is and what the source is, and solve the problem and not put a Band-Aid on it.
Yeah.
We are at the top of the hour, but I do have one comment I want to repeat from somebody in the room, and then we have a hand raised for another question. But real quick, Skip, the question I asked you earlier that you responded to, one of our members kind of responded at the same time, and they responded in a way that you physically can't. They did it in 5 words. Follow the money, Big Pharma.
I saw that pop up on the screen. Yeah,
Yeah.
and guess what?
And Randall's in the room, and I'm going to open up his mic here. You had a question for us. Go ahead, Randall.
Thank you.
Just unmute. There you go.
Great stuff. Yes, go ahead.
Well, let me just say this again, just to balance that off. Big Pharma exists because we want the drugs.
Hey, there's a confirmation happening tomorrow, perhaps. We'll see. Might make a difference.
Yes.
So my question was, but I'll make a quick comment. You talked about the client, patient, not patient for us, but the client can't see things. I will, we've already talked, some of us have already talked a little bit about the Immunolytics gravity plate concept. That my job with that, when I was talking with friends, family, and neighbors, is, hey, it's not as bad as you think. Many times it looks worse. They can see that. And now you have to help interpret what is a concern and what is not based on what the criteria that's been developed over decades of several doctors analyzing the data. It's very visually powerful, and it's really critical to not overstate it, because people can easily jump to oh no, this looks horrible, when it's not. And so on. But sometimes it is horrible. But my question is on the treatments, and I think you kind of touched on this. Like you say, with the sanitization protocol, the things I've seen, mold spores tend to be one of the hardest things to kill. The bacteria, viruses, and lots of other stuff tend to get done earlier. So we're already focusing on the technologies and methods that will kill the stuff we haven't tested for. If we just test for some of the, we don't have to test for everything on that list, and we're still using technologies that will cleanse a whole bunch of it. But then I'm going to add some things I've heard that I'm using. I've heard, and I need to research further, that they may neutralize mycotoxins, some citrus-based things and some other things to some degree on the more powerful things. That seems like a path of us pursuing what methods can go after the whole ball of wax, even if you haven't tested for the whole ball of wax, or more of the ball of wax, I should say, that will help neutralize more of the things in the environment, even if you went after the most obvious ones. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I'm not hearing that you're saying there's a silver bullet out there, but there's, right? I get that. Well, mycotoxins are different, and microscopic maple syrup, right? They can be aerosolized, they're attached, they're sticky, they stick to surfaces. I haven't seen anything yet that's been in a reproducible way with statistical relevancy that says XYZ process solves the problem. What we do know from the hospital infectious disease decontamination cleaning is that it's multi-step, and it involves a couple of things. First and foremost, if you're not cleaning biofilms off of surfaces, you are not going to destroy the microorganisms that are growing in it. So you have to clean first in order to remove the biofilms before you even disinfect and decontaminate and sanitize. There's a very specific process. Again, I defer back to hospital infectious disease cleaning, and what I'm referring to is the difference between cleaning, sanitization, and sterilization. That's a 99.9, 99.99, 99.999 log reduction. But you can't disinfect if you haven't cleaned first, because you're not going to get those reductions. And I can prove that every which way from Sunday with an ATP monitor. So I think that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just got to see how other people do it that have been tried and true for a very long time. Every time you go into an operating room, or you know somebody that's gone into an operating room, that has been high-level decontamination, disinfected cleaning. And it does a good job, but it's manual cleaning isn't the only thing that gets you 100%. It can't. Human error.
Hey, Skip.
Can I?
Hey, Doug.
I'm sorry. Let me just add something, if I can, about testing. And Randy, I think this is to your point. We are so much further ahead of the game than we were 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, which is just exciting to me about where we're headed. And some of the things that we're going to be learning and finding out about how to deal with mycotoxins is really, I think, on the horizon, pretty close to us. But I can tell you, when I started selling air purifiers in 1996, I knew that ozone killed mold. We didn't have testing for it, but anecdotally, you could see it. You could put an ozone machine in a place where there was visible mold growing on the wall, and it would turn to powder, and you could wipe it off the wall. But then came testing, which was really interesting, not only on ozone, but on PCO technology, on ionization, on the DBI. All of a sudden, they were able to prove clinically and in field studies that it was dealing with Stachybotrys, which is one of the hardest molds to actually eliminate. There was actually then we found that testing was done on methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, one of the hardest bacteria to kill. And so what I'm saying is we're moving in the right direction. Hang on. Eventually, the science is going to be there. And that's why it's so important for us to be constantly learning and staying in touch with, just as Skip has done tonight, looking at the studies, looking at clinical studies, looking at field studies, doing case studies. All of that is so important because we can only know what we know, but we're learning more and more every single day. And that's just an exciting place to be.
You know, I
Very
want to quote Gavin real quick, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, because he said it numerous times, follow the science.
Yes.
And that's where we're really heading right now. And truthfully, and it's something that you just said, Doug, that just keeps something in my mind. You said about, killing different organisms. It's easy to kill the organisms, but you have to do it in a way where you don't kill the host if it's a person infected by it, or create an environment that's so toxic people can't go into it. The whole concept of use bleach because it kills Ebola. Oh, if it kills Ebola, it'll take care of everything. Ebola is described as a wimpy virus or bacteria or whatever it is because it's easy to kill. But when you're dealing with envelope, non-envelope, positive, negative gram bacteria, what scares the scientists the most are spores.
Yeah.
It's the hardest thing for them to deal with. And that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there are technologies out there. There are chemicals that do eradicate all of it. Period. There are sporicidals out there that, by virtue of their definition, as for example, cold sterilants. I'm not going to go down that. By virtue of the definition, U.S. Pharmacopoeia 1072, a sterilant is an agent that destroys all forms of microbial life and their spores in either its liquid or vapor format. But the problem is, right, endotoxins are a fragment of that bacterial wall. And if you kill it and you leave it in the environment, where we all know now, after today, everybody's smarter, because I did a great job tonight showing that if it was on the surface, it got in the air, it goes back on the floor, you walk past the floor, it goes back, and you breathe it, you've left a contaminant in there. That's why this is so difficult. It is very meticulous. It has to be done in a certain way. You can't go in there with a rag and just wipe stuff off. It has to be methodical, meticulous, and technique dependent. Anyway.
So Doug, how do we raise his enthusiasm? How do we get him more engaged in this discussion?
One of the things I love about
you did a great
Skip,
job.
He shares our passion, and I just think it's a phenomenal opportunity that we have to change the lives of millions of people by creating cleaner, safer, healthier environments. I just wish more of our Normie members would get on board and get beyond the basic class and start taking some advanced classes. It's not about money as much as it is about education and staying up with the science. Because if you don't, you'll be left behind, right, Skip?
Yeah, you're already it's already past you. If for those of you out there that have witnessed some of this tonight, if you elect not to do this, somebody in your market is going to know this.
Yeah.
And you are going to be replaced. This is where it's going.
Yeah.
Doug, I talked right before I knew who Mr. President was. I've been talking about this in my marketplace for 5 years. People thought it was nuts. They thought I was crazy. Custer, I have more arrows in my back than you can possibly imagine. Guess what? We're here now.
Yeah.
5 years.
That's right.
We are.
If you don't know this stuff, not to recite it verbatim, but to have a comfortable working understanding of the complexities of the contaminants in a water damaged building or structure, somebody in your marketplace is going to know it, and they're going to be the go-to.
Well, what you did tonight, Skip, was help take the people here in this room or anybody else that's watching this past the I've witnessed the bee sting and see a reaction.
Yeah.
Now they know there's other things they can't see causing the same type of reaction.
Yeah, I know we've gone really long. Let me just leave it at this. When I share what I just talked about tonight to people who say, I'm so sick, and then after we do the sanitization protocol in its entirety, if it was a remediation, we did that appropriately, but we left the house in as microbially decontaminated state as we possibly could, they go, I feel so much better. And I say, do you want to know why? Because here's all the testing. And you know what they say? No, I don't need to know why. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Some of them do, but you know, that's it. I mean, it's
That's right.
we're a hell of a lot more aligned, hospital infectious disease, biotechnology, than we ever possibly could have managed. And it all
Absolutely.
started with what Normie started 20 years ago, almost 21 years ago.
Skip, thank you again. Doug, anything else?
Thank you, Skip. Great job, man.
Okay, everybody. One more time. I am back here live at the Experience Trade Show again, and I have Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner with us from GBAC and ISSA. I think it's the easiest way to describe it.
We've got a lot of acronyms there.
Yes,
haven't
we do. Yes, lots of initials. Hey, one of the things I really want to tell you most about this interview is I get to stop for a few minutes. We have been talking to so many people today and doing so many things. It's been a very, very busy show the last 2 days.
The energy level at the Experience here in Las Vegas has just been amazing. But the people that have come here looking for ways to improve, people have come here with looking for solutions, people are looking for collaboration. I was just in a conversation a minute ago where someone said, well, I tried this, it didn't work the way I was expected. And someone else in the audience went, oh, I do it this way. And suddenly you've got this translation, this sharing of information that's going to improve our industry and improve their businesses because they came to the experience. It's just phenomenal.
Well, you did a talk this morning and it was a newer concept that a lot of people are familiar with. And that's all I've been getting all day long. People coming up to say, hey, you were in the interview. What was that he was talking about? Do you have any information? I said, no, you're going to talk to Gavin yourself. Let him explain this and get a training course on it.
I think what we're talking about, Lance, is really radical. It's radical in a way that if people can understand that harmful, detrimental germs like bacteria, mold, yeast, don't live in isolation. They live in cities of microorganisms. They live in communities. And those cities of microorganisms are called biofilms. But our whole approach to remediation, restoration, cleaning has been one bacteria at a time. The way that we look at our cleaning products, our disinfectants, where we should be more focused on how does a community of bacteria survive on a surface? How do they help each other? And how does that make our job more challenging? And what processes and products and tools and equipment do we use to create a healthier and safe environment? But more importantly, show it by data, show it by information.
One of the conversations I had with somebody after your talk was they were asking about, well, I'm not quite sure. I mean, about seeing a bacteria in a city. And I said, well, look at it this way. Your eyes aren't good enough to see a bacteria. When you see something growing there, that's a city of bacteria.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, and this is really important that bacteria will grow on surfaces and it's colorless, it's invisible, and there might be 3 to 4 cell layers thick, and we won't see that. But in a biofilm, different types of bacteria work together and they produce a protective covering. So it's a little bit like a building with scaffolding all around the building, but the scaffolding is solid. It's all filled in
and it protects the inside of the building. So imagine that these bacteria do this protective covering. It's called EPS, and that protects the bacteria inside, which makes it more challenging, more difficult for the disinfectant or the clean product to actually get into those into the harmful bacteria and kill them. And we find that because we're not focusing on that, we tend to go back and go, oh, I removed this, or I thought I cleaned it, but now the problem's even worse, or it came back. And so we've got to actually change our processes, look at it, revisit our products and tools, and look at this more as we are dealing with cities of microorganisms, not just one or two.
Well, you had mentioned this morning something that really I found astounding, that some of the things that we use to treat the biological contaminants, the bacteria in this case, kill the bacteria, but it gets replaced by a different type of bacteria that could be worse.
Yeah, so there's people like Greg Whiteley in Australia, Stephanie Dancer in Scotland, who've been researching biofilms for years. And I want to emphasize, biofilms been known in so many other industries. We'll take all those lessons learned from other industries and we'll bring them into our industry. Mm-hmm. But the importance is that with this protective layer, when you remove, say, use a disinfectant, research has shown if you remove harmful bacteria with a disinfectant, then when they come back, it's more likely to get more harmful bacteria. If you use a probiotic product, or if you use an enzyme cleaner, or even if you just use soap and water like just a detergent, we find that when you remove the harmful bacteria, non-harmful, so environmental bacteria come in and take over that space. So it means that, yes, you've still got bacteria on the surface, but they're beneficial bacteria. They're environmental bacteria that are not harmful.
It's like within your digestive system, there's good bacteria and bad bacteria. Correct. And you need the good bacteria.
Yeah, and we need to appreciate from our industry that there is good bacteria. So we see biofilms being used for waste management. We see biofilms being used in the food production industry, all for good purposes.
Septic systems.
Correct.
Okay. Well, you had mentioned about the scaffolding around protecting the bacteria. Is that like positive and negative gram bacteria, or is that something in addition to what you're talking about?
Yeah, so there is that definition between the different types of bacteria. What we find in a biofilm, we can get lots of different species of bacteria. We can find that there is certain species like a bacillus, which secretes it's like a protein, a polysaccharide, a peptide, different products that then protect Staphylococcus aureus. And we know that Staphylococcus aureus causes skin infections, for example.
MRSA you're talking about.
Yeah. So drug-resistant type Staph aureus. But what we're finding through research, and we've known this for a while, that some bacteria work together with Staphylococcus aureus and protect it. And so we have to understand that when we pick up a cleaning product or a disinfectant, and that we always say, read the label, and it says effective against one bacteria. In the real world, that's not real.
Right.
In the real world, those bacteria are living as a colony, as a biofilm. And so we want to help work with our manufacturers to start producing product that actually works on this city of microorganisms.
Do they use anything like an antibiotic to treat these biofilms?
That's a great question. So a lot of the drug-resistant germs that we see in hospitals have led through antibiotic use, even cleaning product use. And so biofilms actually lead to being resistant, making the antibiotics less effective. So it's really important as we try to target, what areas do we target? As we target the cell wall, for example, as we target the replication, multiplication, growth areas of the bacteria. So it's really important that a lot of people who work in, say, hospitals understand this. A lot of people that work in the food industry understand this. Those that work maybe in the nuclear industry, we get biofilms, pipes. The plumbers, you see biofilms build up on pipes. They understand that there is ways of removing those bacteria. But even in the medical world, we understand that biofilms can lead to greater antibiotic resistance, and that's a big problem.
So with this removal, like you're talking about pipes, if you remove that sludge that's in there, what do you do with it not to contaminate something else?
Yeah, great question, Lance. So let's go back to our definition of cleaning, and everyone's got to be clear on this. It's what makes us professional. What makes us essential as an industry is that we know how to remove. So cleaning is the process of removing. The next step in that in that process is disposing of what you've just removed in a way that's safe. And that's what makes us professional, where other people might remove it and don't know how to dispose of it. So yeah, when you get buildup of a biofilm in a pipe on a surface, yes, we've got to remove it, but we've also got to know how to dispose of it safely.
Is there any regulations on that, like there is on asbestos and lead, that you can't just throw it out or send it to a dump?
It's a good question. I work a lot in high consequence diseases. So if I'm dealing with an Ebola outbreak, yes, there are rules. There are regulations. There are requirements of what we can do and can't do with Ebola waste, with Ebola vomit and diarrhea as we clean that up. Yes. So we have to, so it's really important. Are those rules well known? I don't think they are. I think this is an opportunity for education, awareness, and training to help people be more professional.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned septic systems earlier, there's all kinds of bacteria down there growing, and it's going into the ground. It can seep into well water and stuff like that. Is that a concern when you try to clean these systems out?
It is. It is. So we know that the chemicals we use, we know the germs that we're removing can actually, if we don't do this properly, can get into other systems. And so it's so important. We know that within our industry, cross-contamination is a big issue.
Yeah.
We can use the same cleaning cloth, whether it be a microfiber or a cotton rag or a mop, and if we don't use it properly, we can spread it to other rooms. And one of the big cases that I investigated a few years ago was a norovirus outbreak in a hotel, and it affected 350 people got sick at 9 different events over a 30-day period. And what was the problem? A dirty vacuum cleaner.
Spreading it from one place to another.
Every day. And that kept the outbreak going. And that was a norovirus outbreak.
Amazing. Well, it was educational, and everybody left talking about that presentation this morning. It was looking at the industry differently, shaking it up, definitely.
I think you're right, Lance. And it's what we're trying to do is trying to create opportunities. And so I talked a lot about how clean is a locker room, and how does the indoor air quality in a locker room, as well as what's on the surfaces, how dirty the surfaces are or how clean the surfaces are, and how does that affect performance of athletes. And that's known. There's been science, there's been research done on that. And then how do we, here in our industry, work with the professional athletes, college athletes, high school athletes, to ensure that we get them at their peak performance, because we, again, focus on cleaning for health, but we focus on indoor air quality as well as surfaces.
So I can see the professional gambling industry getting involved in the health of the athletes' indoor air quality.
Yeah, really important, Lance. There's a couple of studies out there that we know that have, they've been looked at Major League Baseball pitchers, quarterbacks from the NFL, and how that the quality of the air in the locker room, in their environment, actually affects their reaction rates, for example. That's known. I was working with a professional football team just recently, and I was talking to the coaches and the players about injuries. And they said, oh, yeah, we get cuts, abrasions, and they don't heal. And I said, well, that's a biofilm problem. The biofilm was formed on that burn, that injury on your leg, and it doesn't heal. And there's been some well-published articles where football players have taken months, even years to heal. And what it was interesting, they thought it was the playing field, and went, no, it's not. It might be, but what more importantly, it's this environment here in the locker room, the gymnasium, the hot tub, the cold tub that keeps reinfecting, that keeps that infection cycle going.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing stuff.
Which I hope is opportunities. I hope people can see this as, if we start doing what other industries are doing when it comes to biofilm. So like the food industry, dairy farms, if you start looking at biofilm in the way they have those conversations in hospitals, for example, on medical equipment, if we take those lessons learned, apply them to our industry, and put that in a way that, yes, we can increase performance of professional athletes, we can create safer and healthier indoor spaces, because we understand how microorganisms, how germs live in the environment.
So slightly off topic, when you deal with mold, does that exist in the same biofilm environment as bacteria?
Yes, it does. Yes. Yeah. So I want to emphasize biofilms can occur in both wet or moist environments, but also dry environments. And so when we look at mold, and I think, I was just asked about some social media postings and what my opinion was on the way that they were addressing mold. And I said, yeah, I appreciate they're trying, but what they're not doing is cleaning the mold, removing the mold based on science or what we know, what Normie knows, what you teach in the Normie courses. And wouldn't it be great if we could take that passion, that enthusiasm of the social media, the TikTok people, and actually give them a solution that's known to be proven by science to work, because they're trying to educate a greater audience, and they're doing their best, but not everything they're doing is 100% correct.
Well, and unfortunately, some of the people putting information out there are putting out, if not all of the correct information, a slanted view of the information to make sales and for other reasons. And that's unfortunate.
It is, but it's what makes our industry so special, because we deal with passionate people. And when you have passionate, enthusiastic people, you have opinions. And unfortunately, some of those opinions, even in the year of 2024, are still, not just decades old, centuries old. That's last year's that was the information we had in the 1800s. We don't do that now. We clean based on data, based on science, based on all those lessons learned, based on all the research and development that's gone into our industry. And we do it because this is what we know. This is what we know to do. And so important that as professionals, we translate and share that information. So those influencers out there are wonderful, but what we want them is to say, this is what works. Get everyone to do this.
Informed influencers are what we want.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. And not somebody just because it's a hot topic running with it, the shock jocks, as you would call them, from radio. It's really people that are informed, being the influencers for the right reasons.
And that's a really good point, because mold can be everywhere. And it's not a disaster. It's not a catastrophe. It's not an emergency. It's giving the people the right knowledge, tools, and equipment to address mold themselves, so they do it safely, and they create safer indoor spaces for their families and their loved ones.
Absolutely. Well, I know I've been talking since about 8 o'clock this morning. I think you have too.
I am just so impressed that here in Las Vegas, I had the experience that the level of energy is pretty high.
Oh, very high.
The level of engagement and the level of sharing of information has been fantastic. Yeah, I don't think from probably 8 o'clock this morning till whatever time it is this afternoon, it's been constant conversation. It's been wonderful.
It is nonstop. I mean, we have a sign-up board here for people that want to do interviews, and sometimes you run over a few minutes and they're waiting, tapping their foot, is it my turn yet? And we get there as fast as we can.
And I think that's what's so important, Normie, from an example of what Normie does as an organization, what ISSA does as an organization. We take these wonderful people and we try to form functional teams.
Teams is a key word.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's going to take. Not one person, not one company is going to fix the problems that we have with our environment.
It is. It's going to take a team. And the thing is, we can do that. I'm very confident that we have, amongst us, we have the potential, the opportunity to get really good people together to form functional teams that go back to cleaning and ensuring that what we do is professional, makes our industry essential, and it increases, it elevates where we should be in society, in the community, in discussions. Because if we don't do our job, then everyone complains. If we do our job, we don't get recognized. And that's what we need to change.
I think one of the biggest problems our industry has is we're dealing with microscopic entities. And people, if they don't see it, smell it, taste it, or hear it, it doesn't exist until they get sick from it. It's not like smog. It's not something you smell in the air. And that's really, I think, the hardest thing that we have to overcome.
And that's a great point, Lance. If you're seeing the bacteria, if you're seeing the mold, if you can smell it, if you're getting impacted by it, then it's too late.
Right. But it's got your interest.
Yeah.
Or your attention at the very least.
Yeah. And that puts us in the game of prevention. How do you sell prevention?
Yeah. From something you can't see.
Correct.
I look forward to finding the answer on that with you.
We are going to work together, and I think that as we do that, and especially with the people we've talked to here, here in Vegas at the experience, as long as we take that team approach, we're going to have a significant impact, and we're going to do great things.
Absolutely. Just as a tease, I just want to throw out a website, Normie Pro, NORMIPRO, ETF, environmentaltaskforce.org. Keep an eye on that site. A lot more coming.
Oh, I think it's a wonderful idea, Lance. It's going to be brilliant.
I thank you for your time. We'll do this, I'm sure, quite a bit more as we go on over the next few months. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's important that if anyone needs help, reach out to us. That's what we're here to do.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance.
Welcome to episode 23 of Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. My name is Kayla McGowan. I'm R&R's editor-in-chief and responsible for the educational tracks at The Experience. Today, my special guest is a very special friend of mine, former publisher and lifelong Ohio native. Today's special guest is Michael Balzano. Not only is he a native, he's an avid sports fan, a graduate of Kent State, and now resides in Naples, Florida. Please welcome Michael Balzano.
Hey, Kayla, how you doing?
Good. How are you? Welcome.
Good. Thank you. I love what you've done with the place. It looks great. We had that crazy ass song still as the opening, which is great. It's a set I know and love, and I'm so happy that you're resurrecting this podcast, which meant so much to me. Thank you.
You are so welcome. I don't know if I'm going to be able to follow in your footsteps. You set expectations there with the fun facts, the music, your personality. So I'm excited to have you as the first guest. I think this is very much deserved, and no other way I'd want to start this podcast series for the upcoming year.
Well, thank you very much. It was, we started this because we as everybody knows, BNP Media purchased the Experience a few years ago. And I thought, well, we're not really marrying R&R in the event. We got to find some way individually to do it. And what I found instantly was, and I've said this on a few other podcasts, everybody that was on this show, all the restoration leaders, all the cleaning leaders, marketing leaders, I asked them, why'd you get in the industry? And every one of them said, I wanted to help people. And it always stuck with me. And I thought, well, what a cool industry this is. It's kind of beautiful when you think about it, Kayla, right?
It really is. I think it really truly takes special people, right? We are helping people on a regular basis. I like to call ourselves the first responders of our industry, right? Because we're oftentimes there in times of crisis. And just meeting with everybody and hearing their story is so beautiful because you don't know. You see people at face value. Most times you've met them in the middle of their career and you just think, wow, they've been here for 20, 30 years. And that's not necessarily the case. So, looking back at this and really talking about all the people we have and, who's part of who are part of the programs and everything like that, who do you think had the most memorable intro to the industry?
What do you mean? I mean, as far as for me,
as your guest, as the guest that you've had on this, who was the most unique? Maybe they just happened to stumble upon it. Maybe they actually had a disaster themselves, right?
Yeah, they all had. I started asking questions too of everybody about halfway through, saying, tell me something unique about yourself that no one would know. And some of the answers were amazing. But as far as interviews go, I mean. First thing that comes to mind is Ed Cross was great. He always is. And everybody knows he was a rocker and a drummer. And he yelled at me because I called him a percussionist. He goes, I'm a drummer, man. I'm not a percussionist. All right. Easy.
Very proper.
Yeah. So he was fun. I get some good stories about Barry Costa right off the bat was amazing. Maybe in a little bit we'll talk about that because I had something specifically said that I still think about to this day. And it's just every one of them. And I think that maybe not just this industry, but any industry in general, you peel back the onion a little bit. It's kind of cool. All the lives these people have had in the past and how they've somehow wound up here. Randy Gandara, of course, was a Michael Jackson impersonator. What? Where did that come from? And now he's doing great things with Goldmore and our friends from Normie, and it goes on and on. Even was fortunate to talk to Tag Henderson, who's the CEO of our company, BNP Media, because It's funny. The sale was almost 3 years ago now, and still people don't realize that BNP owns the experience. I said, "Hey, boss, would you mind coming on?" And I was happy and terrified when he said, "Yeah, sure, you can interview me." Like, oh, crap. All right, great.
You're like, no, wait, I was hoping you would say no.
No, I don't have time for that, Mike. Okay, I understand, sir. But he was amazing. He was amazing. Our guy, it's a family-run organization, almost 100 years old. And I think the title of that episode was the family media company purchased the family event of the restoration industry. And, I learned so much from so many people. I always like to say I'm not the new Larry Cooper. And Larry got mad at me for saying that until I explained to him. I go, no, man, what I mean is, for a number of reasons. Most importantly, you've been in the cleaning and restoration industry for 30 years. I've been in B2B media for 30 years, but I don't know anything about this. When I first walked in, I know some now, but let's get the people who know what they're talking about on here. And if you're going to come to me about truck mounts and stuff, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That at the time. So I took this as a learning opportunity. I didn't pretend I was real technical with the people because I couldn't be. And we learned about them. And as you're finding out, I'm going to let you talk in a minute. As you're finding out right now, people love talking about themselves, and it just kind of flows. And that was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I'm so happy you're doing this. By the way, this is we forgot. I'm so excited about starting. This is our Christmas episode.
Yes.
Your background looks great. I got my red Christmas jacket on, and I wish everybody a Merry Christmas. So now I'll shut up.
Yeah. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to everybody. Honestly, I think we knew this was going to be a very talkative episode. We are both very social people. We love to talk, and working together is always a great time. But I think there's so much to learn about all of this. What was the reasoning or motivation to have trade talks? I think that's really important for people to understand as well.
Well, R&R is restoration and remediation. And I tried to say, okay, we need to boost our cleaning. We need to boost our cleaning because we own the experience now. And it's just, we were R&R for so long. It just felt like a round peg in a square hole, whatever the expression is. And let's just be who we are. We're good friends with so many cleaning organizations and trade shows. Let's just let them be great at that. But we definitely need a bridge to the show. And I felt that this was a good thing. Our editor at the time was doing, as you are now, Ask the Experts and all sorts of different videos. And we have some great people like Ben Riccardi. I'm not going to mention any names. A lot of great contributors sending their videos in. Yeah. But I said, I could be the one, since I'm the publisher, even though editors are supposed to do this, I could be the one that we're supposed to be as the business people. I'm the one guy that kind of is on both sides of this. I'd be the one to do this. I'm happy to try. I'll be the guinea pig. And it worked out. And it worked out great, I think.
I think you did a great job. I think also, there's nerves and anxiety about, hosting podcasts, especially when we're talking to industry experts. It can be a little intimidating. But I think the beautiful thing with the positions you and I hold is we know we have so much to learn, right? I've been in the industry for quite some time, but I feel like I still learn. I too am not a very technical person. I know the who's and I know, situational things and things like that. But I think there's just so much for people to offer. And it's a great thing to use to bridge the gap. I think, speaking of Ask the Expert, I have a couple episodes coming up, one of which I talked to one of our industry's leading inspectors, and we talk about how, inspection, cleaning, restoration, health, and safety. I mean, all the things actually marry. And that's what the experience is all about. Though BNP Media owns it and R&R has a very heavy hand in the sessions, that's where we come in, right? We link all of the sub-industries to the main industry, right? And I think it's a beautiful thing, and it gives people the opportunity, like you said, to talk about themselves because, one, if you're coming to the experience for the first time or the 100th time, you may make your decision on what sessions you're going to go to based on what you know about these people, right?
Who are you? All right, you can talk to me about drying. You can talk to me about all that stuff. And that's that we need to know that. That's the reason for our brand and the other brands. But who are you? Let's figure out, let's crack the code a little bit. I learned this year a lot. I think this might be a little bit arrogant, but I'm going to go for it anyway. I think that on the political landscape, as everybody, we're so divided and everything. But if you didn't know who the other guy was voting for, chances are we'd be best friends, man. I find that out all the time. And it's just, if it's just that one thing, and it's an important thing, yes, but let's get past that and get back to just finding out what these people are really about and move on from there. And I think that I was happy that we were able to get a lot of the people who are leaders of the experience in our industry to kind of open up and say a
Yeah.
bunch of silly things and fun things. And it was great. I mean, several of them, my friend Amanda Stichter, as well as Doug Hoffman from Normie recorded records. Like what?
Yeah.
Records, yeah.
It's
You know?
interesting.
Yeah,
You
it's
just
cool.
don't know. And I think the cool thing about this is, you know, if you look at the industry collectively and you know people for just that, what they're great at, right? You don't really know people's backstory unless you know them on a personal level. And though you know a lot of people on a personal level, there's always that extra layer of you don't really know this person. Like you kind of do, but you really don't, you know? And I think that's the one thing that's really cool. So speaking of unique things, what's one unique thing about you?
Oh, wow. You're right at it. Okay.
I mean, you're in the hot seat now.
I was waiting. I was waiting for the end. I was calm. That's a good interviewing tactic. You caught me off guard. Oh, crap. Okay. When I went out of high school, you know what? People aren't going to be that surprised if you really think about it with this. But when I graduated from high school, I didn't go to college. I didn't go into a trade or start a cleaning business or restoration, which I probably, looking back, any of those would have been better choices than me. I was a DJ. I was a DJ on the air and in clubs for a while, for several
you do
years.
have a radio voice, I will say.
Well,
I could totally see that. Not gonna lie to you.
It was fun. I started out in the middle of the fire. You get what you can get when you're starting out. I was making about $3 an hour overnight on a country station. And I'm not a country fan then or now. And I was playing like Willie Nelson records and crap in the middle of nowhere, Ohio. You know, but it was fun. It was just fun. It was interesting and sometimes you look back and think, man, I wish I'd have stuck it out, you know, but it was the money thing and went incredible stories, nutty stories. I was able to eventually decided to go back to school and went to Kent State. And actually the DJing in the bars put myself through that. So that helped out financially.
Interesting?
Yeah.
You know, do you still have a love for, you know, spinning records? Have you done it recently?
No, that's not even a thing anymore. But I mean, it's spun into, as far as the radio kind. Now it's things like this, podcasting and whatnot, and it emerges and evolves and whatnot. But everybody loves music. I do too. But yeah, I remember distinctly when I was about 19 at a bar. I used to work for when I was in the club scene. I worked for a company who put us at different bars, okay, to do it. And one of them was just a flat out mob bar, a mafia bar, right? I was just a little kid. They had the same vowel on the end of my name that they did. Not to besmirch my Italian friends, but it was. I went up to the guy's office. You know, we talked to the new DJ. And he came up and he had a big gun right there on the table in the middle of us. He said, "I want you to play this and this and this." I said, "You got it."
Yeah, I am not going to say no. If you were wondering,
Yes,
I will say yes to whatever you would like.
I mean, in nightclubs, anybody who's been a bartender or anything, meet some interesting folks at those clubs. So anyway, it was fun, and eventually I got into sales. So that's which leads us to here.
Yeah. So how did you get into sales?
Well, I mean, I graduated from Kent State, and I had a couple. It was a short time in some medical sales, and a short time in a couple other things. And finally, a good friend of mine was a big salesperson in a B2B media company in Cleveland called Advanstar Communications. He goes, "Mike, why don't you quit messing around and come into, advertising sales?" Like, oh, that seems kind of cheesy, you know?
Yeah.
And that was 1997. I started with Advanstar. Instantly met a young lady named Darlene Mattoon, a couple of rows away from me. People are looking ahead at this, who that is.
Yeah.
And I remember I went over, I thought she kept trying to use my phone in my office. And I was like, yeah, okay, she's a couple of years older than me, not much. And I was like, oh, she's dressed real sharp. She must be a manager or something. She happened to be just a rep like me. And I would go over there and kind of accidentally go walk by her. I think she was good looking too, I thought. So I'd accidentally go by her office at lunch. "Oh, Darlene, I didn't know you're here. You mind if I come in and talk?" And blah, blah, blah. And I asked her out, and she said no, because we work together. And they said, "Okay, well, I'll pick you up at 8," which you can't do now. I would probably be good at HR.
I was going to say red flag everywhere.
But in 97, it was a lot looser. And she said yes. And she'll hate me for telling this story, but the first thing we went on a date to, it was a movie. I can't remember the movie. It was a bad movie. And we also went to Houlihan's. And we saw the movie, then we went out to dinner, and I planned one on her. And she instantly, and I'm not saying, look, I don't brag about my prowess in kissing, but I planned one on her, and she instantly walked through an emergency exit, set the alarm off. So I think it was a good kiss.
Right.
You know?
I was gonna say, hey, it was a celebratory walkout, alarm sound.
It was. We got married a couple years later. We're still now. Everybody knows she's been with R&R on and off for a long time, and
Yeah.
I'm very lucky to be with her still to this day. So, two stories.
Yeah,
in one.
I was gonna say you guys are definitely two peas in a pod. Definitely, I will definitely say, and that's what I love about you guys. You guys are. I've known you guys for quite some time, and being able to work along one another and just build another relationship. Outside of just kind of vendor relationship. It's a lot different when we're on the same team. I think it's so cool. It's just full circle moment, right? And I didn't know that about you. I know you guys are married and everything, but I didn't know your whole background. And I think that that's so cool. I too met my husband at work, so I totally get it. And I think there's like some wild stat, like 70 or 80% of people actually meet their spouse at work. But I think it's a good way to actually see somebody for who they are, their work ethic, how they put themselves together. Do they show up to work? Do they not show up to work? So I think it's a really beautiful thing at the end of the day,
Yeah, I understand why companies don't want fraternization. I get it completely. When I was in the need for a sales rep for R&R a couple of years ago, I said, well, I'll just, when I became publisher, I'll just get Darlene. And our HR was like, no. What's the matter with you? You can't do that. And I get it.
You're like, I get it now.
For 30 off and on for like 20 years. We're not normal in a lot of ways, but definitely in this. And then finally they saw what we saw, and I'm glad they let me bring her back.
Yeah, so. That's awesome. Yeah, that's so awesome. So we've learned a lot about you. Now let's learn a little bit about the experience. Let's share about the experience. So I know you mentioned that a family business purchased a family business, but why?
I think I became a publisher just almost instantly. One of the first things Sarah Harding, my old publisher, said, "Hey, there's this guy Larry Cooper. You got to meet him. He owns these shows called The Experience." Okay. We went on the call, and Larry said, "Hey, he kind of brought it up. I'm thinking about moving on, retiring, or from this." And started. I was like, "Wow, I didn't expect that." And I think that I took that information. Sarah and I took the information to our corporate, and they worked on it for a long time, and finally decided to pull the trigger. The reason was to marry. I believe that as we move ahead, and it's almost 2025, we know that we all know that you just evolves. Everything evolves, definitely in B2B media.
Yeah.
I think the print medium was a blast. Everybody loved reading magazines, and that's great, but it's just not where we're going. Everything's digital now. Everything's moving on. And BNP made the decision to just the future, the model for BNP is a brand, a digital brand, and an event to back it up. And they saw that this was an excellent brand, an excellent event or events to tie in with R&R. And it made sense. I mean, it was available. It was the show in Las Vegas is still the largest show every year, as far as attendance and everything. So that's why it was done. And a lot of sweat and tears the last couple of years trying to turn this around, turn it over, I should say. But I'm happy they did it. I wouldn't trade it for anything the last few years.
I would definitely say too, right? Evolution, everything evolves over time. And I think even when Larry and his family had the show, right, it evolved over time. And now that it's a BNP event, it will evolve too. Some of the same key pieces will stay, right? Like the hands-on sessions, the in-court, class sessions, tracks occasionally, and I think we will evolve it over time because the industry is evolving. That's the other thing, right? The industry drives how our event acts, feels, and looks at the end of the day, because that's who the event's for. And I think it's cool going from family to family because there's just a different meaning and a different drive, around that. Because anybody could have purchased it at the end of the day, right? Anybody could have purchased it.
Yeah. My hat's off to the Henderson family and our company for pulling the trigger. And it wasn't $20 either. It was a nice amount of money they spent on this. So I think it was worth it, and I'm glad they did. If somebody asked me, what is a lot of people ask me what's different between spring and fall. Everybody asks that, but I prefer to talk about what sets the whole experience apart. And it's just the sheer dense amount of content we provide. it's just so many tracks, so many sessions, so many speakers. Restoration Pavilion, Cleaning Pavilion, they have sessions with Lisa Lavender and Sean Vision doing their thing back there. I've been to a bunch of trade shows in our industry. They're all great. I'm not going to badmouth any of them because I always have a great time and learn a lot when I go. We have so much more. We have so much more content than all of them, not combined, but all of them. I mean, that's simply what sets it apart. If you want to learn something, if you want to get your hands dirty and figure out how to do this and that, you go to the experience. If you want to learn at a higher level how we're going to help my business grow by doing better marketing and business management, go to the experience. And I think that that's always going to be that way.
Yeah, I definitely think too, the beauty of all of this is every event has something to offer, right? Yeah. And just like you said, every event has pros and cons and all of that. But I think the beauty of what we do is what you just said. There is a variety of educational opportunities in session. Not only are we in the classroom setting, we're actually hands-on, right? You get that opportunity to watch, learn, and maybe even participate in some hands-on stuff, right? I think that's the other thing. Some people learn by having hands-on opportunities, and that's how connections are made too, right? I think the name is the experience, and we want you to have a great experience, right? It's all about your experience when you're attending.
Yeah. Barry, I'm gonna go back to a question you asked about 15 minutes ago, but it's fitting here too. So when I went to the experience in September 2023, we weren't taking it over as Larry's last event, being in charge. We were there, we owned it, but they were running it. And I was sitting in the team room, and Barry Costa, the legendary Barry Costa, walks in, and he had about a 2x2 carpet rug sample with a bunch of fake dog poop on it. I go, Larry, Barry, you're so funny. Where'd you get that fake dog poop? He goes, this is my dog's poop. What do you mean? You're waiting with Barry. He's walking around. And then you think about it, actually, he's going to do a session on cleaning your rugs, and that's, pets do that.
It happens. Yeah.
Right. But so he was the second guest on Unlocking the Experience and Trade Talks almost a year ago to the day right now. And we had him on, and I said, hey, you have any interesting experience stories you got from me? Because I was hoping he'd say something. I would say, I'll tell you what my favorite experience story was. I was talking about the poop, right?
Yeah.
It was a setup. But Barry went on to say, and I'm sure he doesn't mind. This is public. He doesn't mind me saying this. He goes, now, when I do have a very good experience. This is about 15 years ago. His child, who was younger, got cancer and died. And they went to Larry, to his credit, gave him an agenda spot on the agenda, a speaking spot. And Barry came out and did the entire eulogy he did at the funeral for that. And he said, I don't know if any other show would allowed me to do that, but the experience did. And then I realized that we all have our families. This is Barry talking. We all have our families, but the experience, the people that come to the experience, this industry, those are my family too. And I don't want to not see them 2 times a year. I want to see them every chance I get. And I was like, I was really.
It's so sad. It's so heartwarming at the same day. Yeah.
I tell you this, I didn't tell my stupid poop joke. I know that after that, but I mean.
You're like, I cannot follow that with that. Gosh.
But he hit the nail right on the head, and that's it. And that's the family thing, the aspect of this. And everybody knows each other, and everybody comes, and it's a big party. We have a good time. And I think that is one thing that this will always be about. We don't charge millions of dollars to buy a booth. The rates are reasonable. The rates are this and that. So we don't have a bunch of flashy stuff. But we have a party. It's fun, and it's a good time, and people learn stuff. And at the end of the day, I think that's the most important thing when you're going to business or living. You got to keep learning, right, Kayla?
Yeah, 100%. And I think you said it best. We do have show time, we do have education, we do have a party, but most importantly, that party celebrates everybody in the industry, right? I think we give away some fun awards both in the spring and the fall, right? There's some key awards. Women in Restoration will be awarded at the Spring Experience in Punta Gorda. So Punta Gorda, back in Florida. Oh, I rhymed. Yep. Definitely not a rapper by any means. But why should somebody come to the show in Punta Gorda?
Well, we need to get, I'm working with you to get started on the agenda this year. And I'm assisting you. It's what I'm doing. You did a great job. And by the way, is another Florida thing. Yeah, it sounds like Punta Gorda. You think it's Punta Gorda because Florida, and I'm a Floridian, so I can make fun of us.
Yeah.
So Come to Punta Gorda because this is good. I tell you what, this is a new session. We have 3 tracks this time. It's going to be condensed and it's going to be targeted on nothing but education. Get down here. It's about a half-hour flight drive from Fort Myers Airport, where I fly into all the time. It's as we discussed a few minutes ago. You're not going to get the education anywhere else as you're going to get at this event right now. And that goes for all experience events, but this one's going to be even more micro and targeted, which is exciting.
Well, I was going to say too, I think that's the beauty of this, right? It's very focused. We know what's going on in the industry. We know where the pain points are in the industry, and we have the ability to capitalize on that and help one another. And not only that, we know that things evolve. And so we're able to learn from everybody who attends the experience. Like, hey, we need to have more of this, or hey, this was great. Maybe it should be a longer session. I think that's the other thing that really differentiates us as well. It's a very personal experience. We're able to take the feedback. And of course, that's how we evolve. That's how we make the event worthwhile, worth attending. And again, evolution. And not to mention, it's a very family-friendly spot, right? It's going to be a beautiful time of the year. Spring break might even be falling around that time, and I want to circle back to, you said it's Punta Gorda, and I think that's one of those things. Wherever you live, right? I live in Nevada. When people say Nevada, people here go absolutely bonkers, but again, in the South, I think there's a Nevada, Missouri, if I'm not mistaken. I lived in Arkansas, but that's how they pronounce it. Nevada. It's not Nevada. Yeah. So I think, everybody has their quirks, and I have been saying Punta Gorda because, well, I'm from the West Coast. So, that's how we enunciate here.
Punta Cana for vacation. Right. That's my hometown making fun of Florida thing. I think that speaking of Florida, though, early April is beautiful. Mm-hmm. The snowbirds tend to leave just after Easter. So April, it's no longer chilly. Look, today it's 52 degrees here. Okay. I talked to a friend of mine in Chicago this morning. It was 8. She doesn't want to hear about it, but it's for here. It's chilly. That's why everybody comes down in the winter. It's mild and nice. April, it starts ticking up again. It'll be in the 80s. It'll be sunny. It won't be a million degrees like July, but it'll be just right. And if you want to get up there with the kids and come down and have a good time, this is a place. We have, I think, 4 hotels on the rotation for to stay with too. All nice, all pretty new. 3 of them within walking distance of the convention center. One of them is the fabulous Sunseeker Resort, which is just over the bridge a mile away. And you could maybe parlay that into a vacation too with the family if you'd like.
I was going to say, you just got to stay there recently, right? And it was beautiful. Yeah. Experience was great. I think, you sent me great pictures of, hey, this is where we're going to be. I can see it from where I am. And I think, it's just so refreshing to be, some people are going to be coming from the snow. Let's be real. And just to have, even a 70-degree day, I think is going to be refreshing. And so, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't been to Florida in quite some time. And I know they're still cleaning up in that area, right? They were recently affected, but not so bad like some of the other areas. But they're ready for us. They've said they are ready for us. So don't have any reservations about, how is it going to be? They're ready. They're so ready for us, and we're ready for them too. So I know. I can tell you firsthand, that's fine. Especially the Punta Gorda, Charlotte Harbor is fine. Yeah. Well, you were up there right after and right before too, weren't you? So, I mean, you can fly in and out and all of that. And I think that's the beauty of Florida, right? They are ready and they know, okay, we have to turn this around, right? I think that's the one thing. Like, if something like that hit like California or Nevada, it'd be a different story. We're not ready for that, Yeah,
it's a way of life down here. And I'll briefly tell a quick story. I was at the Violand event from our friends from Violand Management, and there's this old saying down here in Florida. It's a way of life, unfortunately, in the summertime. You don't panic about hurricanes until I can't remember his name, but I'm looking at Jim Cantore shows up and the Waffle House closes, right? Then, we got problems.
It's serious.
So I remember the last hurricane came through, and I saw this is Jim Cantore recording live from Sunseeker Resort. I'm like, oh no, this isn't ideal at all. And luckily, it was fine. Cool restoration story about that. And we talked about that. It was built last year, but it's built to withstand a Category 5, and it did just that. I mean, this big storm came through, and a little flooding in the garage, but who cares? So anyway, side note.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's normal though too, right? I think here in Vegas, if we get even maybe an inch of rain that's falling very heavily, everything on the strip floods. It goes through the Lynx parking garage. I mean, normal, I will say, for us, right? And it's just, you just adapt.
Yeah.
And, speaking of that, being hurricane resistant, if you wanted to ever, essentially be there or withstand a Category 5, hey, you know where to stay.
There's reasons why Florida is a big deal in restoration, right?
Yeah.
The drying, all of it. And they go through that sadly every year, a few times. So, and that's why we wanted to come back. And the people said we want to go back to Florida. They all want to come back to Florida.
True. I was just going to say
that. We found a place that in Florida we can take them this year. So hopefully they'll be happy.
Yeah, I think so. And I think what better place to be and talk about all of the elements, right? Mold, water, fire, all those things. I think, gosh, what a great place. Not only is it beautiful, you're talking about and talking with people who actually know that space, see it on a regular basis. It's nothing out of the ordinary for them, right? Speaking of which, we are going to be announcing probably after this or before this airs some agenda stuff, right? So looking into the agenda, I know we over the years, we've talked about how it is cleaning and restoration. And sometimes, we don't get the opportunity to lock in some pretty heavy hitters for cleaning and restoration. But good news, I will not name names, but I will definitely say both keynotes are industry specific. One is very oriented with cleaning. However, we're going to discuss the process of making a career, right? And the importance of how everything interconnects and interrelates. And then we do have a panel for restoration, which I think if you are in the Florida area or even on the East Coast that does have, some unfortunate circumstances with catastrophes, this would be the place for you to be, right? I think we worked really hard on this agenda. Looking back, I think we did, and it's going to show at the end of the day how hard we did work on it and how important feedback is and how we want people to enjoy it. Right? They're coming out of the field. The least we can do is make sure that it's something that they truly enjoy.
Last year, one of my goals, in the 1 year I was running it solo, was we want to balance all those great leaders that speak a lot of the experience versus new faces and new names, which are so many. And I was so proud that the 4 keynote speakers that on my watch were all that had never been a keynote before. We had two market leaders, Leighton Healy and Garrett Gray, of course, from CoreLogic in the Vegas, but Mr. Violand and to represent the business management and restoration side, and Jim Pemberton, the legendary Jim Pemberton, the cleaning. And yeah, it's important that moving forward, and you did a beautiful job of this. And you say we, and I appreciate that, but really you did this of getting some real good cleaning and restoration representation, because we always jokingly say all the cleaning, not joking, it's true. All the cleaning people I talk to think it's just a restoration show, and all the restoration people think it's just a cleaning show. So we got to work doubly hard to make sure everybody's represented, because it's both. And I think you did a great job. And you did a great job on that. And you did a great job. You're going to do a great job on this show too. If I could circle this back, I think I'm so happy that you decided to resurrect this. I had a lot of fun meeting people. And if you're a leader and you're coming to the experience, if you had an experience, Kayla's going to give you a call. Trust me. And you get to bare your soul in front of everybody like I just did, which is it's not so tough. It was fun.
And it's okay to ask me hot seat questions too. I truly don't mind. I think there's a lot that people don't know about me. And I think that's the beautiful thing. It's a conversation starter. We're always learning new things about one another. So thank you for passing me the torch and, really trusting me. You had no reservations about bringing it back or anything like that. So speaking of that, what advice do you have for me in carrying out this series?
Oh God, I don't know. I didn't think of that one. Well, advice for you, I think, I just be yourself. Don't be afraid to ask hard questions. People want to, don't be afraid to ask hard questions, but at the same token, make sure people know kind of what you're going to ask and they don't want to be completely taken off guard. As we talked about at the beginning of this, people love talking about themselves, and the fact that they're big leaders in the industry is fine because they're going to talk about cool stuff and get people to know them. Just make sure you diversify your guests and make sure you just have fun. People are way too stressed these days, man. Just have fun. Make sure they answer the question about something odd about themselves, because that's just a lot of laughs going.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself. We had a lot of listen, large loss, hurricanes, we have a lot of serious issues we deal with in this industry. Here's a chance for an hour a week. You could have a lot of laughs and fun. Take advantage of it.
Yeah, I was definitely
How's
going to say it's nice to humanize things, right? Like you said, just be yourself. I mean, most times we do have our business hat on, and just if we can take that hour, 30 minutes, whatever the case may be, and just be a human and maybe still have the professional hat on, but just be a person, right? I think that's the biggest thing, is allowing people to be a person. With that being said, any last closing words? I'm sure you'll probably be on again. Maybe I'll yank you over here again, but any last words?
I'll always be happy to do whatever you want for you and Darlene and the brand. Well, as I told, last words are, as I told everybody when I left as publisher of R&R last year, I want to thank everybody for just letting me play in their sandbox. This has been fun. I learned so much. And I think that this is a great industry. Like we said, everybody gets into this industry. You want to make money and have a good business, of course. But the root of it is you want to go help people. And don't ever lose that fire and that spirit, and you'll be great. And just thanks. Thanks to everybody. And you'll see me again. I'll be in Punta Gorda.
Yeah,
for sure.
He'll be in Punta
as long as Darlene's
He will
around, I'll be
probably
around.
be in Las Vegas as well. Don't let him fool you.
I'll be around, of course, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, is you said it best. We're all thankful for everything that everybody does day in and day out. And we're just a small piece, right? I think us here, we're a small piece, but they're the driving force, and it allows us to learn and love what we do every day. And the least we can do is host a fabulous event to show thanks, but also contribute to their future and even more success than they've already seen. So with that being said, please make sure you make the plans to attend the Experience Convention April 8th through 10th at the Charlotte Harbor Convention Center. And it's in Punta Gorda, Florida. You can register now through our website at rnrmagonline.com. On the top search bar, you'll see Experience. And of course, you can always find these R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. So if you haven't already, please feel free to leave us a quick review, ask questions, like and follow us on social media. And thank you again, Michael. I appreciate it. This was Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining.
I want to welcome a special guest today, Brian Sanchez, who is the owner of Telek International. Sounds like a big name, sounds like a big company, but Brian, tell us a little bit about you and your company just to get us started.
Hey, good morning, Lance. Thank you for having me today. So again, my name is Brian Sanchez. I am the owner of Telek International. Telek International was founded in August 2019. It's funny how it started. It was more of a situation how the company got started. So basically, one day I was talking to a friend who owned a painting company, and we were discussing. He was a longtime friend, and what happened was he was upset one day. He told me what happened, and basically what happened was he was like a one-man shop, right? He was the owner and basically did sales, did everything himself. So what happened was he was with a client, turning in a project that he had finished, and he had a missed call. So after he finished with the project, he returned the call. It was a prospect basically calling back. It was around a $50,000 project that he missed because he missed that one call. So when he spoke with the person calling, they were like, "Oh, we found someone else. Sorry, too bad, so sad." So obviously he was upset, and then I have a pretty big background in call center operations and everything else. So I was like, oh my God, this could be an opportunity to where remote services can be geared towards small, medium-sized businesses. A lot of people think that this type of service is only geared to big companies, right? So this is how I started. I started thinking about what could I do to help small businesses, achieve their goals, reduce payroll costs and be more efficient.
Well, let me ask you a question then. What kind of specific services do you? Because I thought it was more of a communications company, but it sounds like it's a lot more than that.
Yes, so we do anything remote services that could be seen as administrative, any back office. So we do anywhere from inbound, outbound call handling, graphic design, marketing, social media, billing, anything that you could think of that anybody can do in an office, we can do, but obviously in a virtual environment.
Sure. Well, you mentioned a minute ago the painting industry. You know, you were working with a painter. How would your services work with like us in the restoration and assessment for indoor air quality industry?
So the nice thing about what we do is what our niche or emphasizes is getting the right people to the right client, right? So our onboarding process is very in detail to match our employees to our customers. So obviously the customer will tell us what background they want per se, but the customers would have to kind of train him on their internal SOPs and procedures that they have. But overall, we can basically service and cater to companies across any industry. Yeah, so.
Okay, so like we have a lot of specific things in our industry with testing, processing supply, samples, things like that. I guess your people could be trained to help out with some of that.
Absolutely. We've had customers that we've done data entry and in a lab environment, a medical environment. We also have some customers in the restoration business as well. So yeah, we can definitely cater any company across the board as long as some of the back office duties that we just spoke about.
All right, I'll put you on the spot here a little bit. I mean, in the restoration business, we got a lot of challenges. There's a lot of competition out there. There's a lot of stuff that's happening very quickly. You're dealing with people in emergency situations. How do you like see your company and your people fitting in, helping with that?
So the great thing about like I said, our business is we cater, right? So we can work 24/7 as long as on the onboarding process they tell us, okay, look, we need you from this time to that time. We have internal supervisors and team leads that can assist the client oversee and manage the employees as well. Like I said, it's all about the training, but we also have the ability to run reports, call reports, KPIs to make sure that everything is geared and in line with the customer's expectations.
Well, I'm sure you've noticed that the world has gotten very small recently, and we're dealing with people all over the country. We do a lot of international work. Do you guys cover any other languages or just English based?
No, we do English. We also do Spanish and Portuguese as well.
Okay. Any plans on any future languages?
Well, I'm open to it. Honestly, especially we're based out down here in South Florida. You know, our number one request is more Spanish than anything else. But we're definitely open. If anybody has a need for another language, we can definitely explore that and try to accommodate that customer as well.
Are most of these people bilingual at this point? So we're dealing with English, Spanish, English, Portuguese, and so on.
Yes, sir. Correct. Yeah, everybody in our company employees are both bilingual, English, Spanish, or English, Portuguese.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the competition that you're facing. I mean, I'm sure there's other companies out there that do something similar. What makes you like I want to say the pinnacle, or what's really the best out there?
Yeah, so that's a good question, Lance. So one of the main things that we do is, there's obviously a lot of competition out there, but what we do is, again, we want to put the right employee and match them with the right customer. So our onboarding and our recruiting process is different. So let me explain to you in a nutshell how we do things. Number one, we're confident on our talent with our employees. So what we do is we handle month-to-month contracts. We don't have customers sign a 6-month or a year contract to where customers might feel, oh, I'm going to be tied to the company. What if it doesn't work out? I'm going to have to pay a fee. No, with us it's a month-to-month because again, we want you or the customer to feel, okay, if it doesn't work, next month I won't continue, and that's it. So we do month-to-month renewables with the contracts. That's number one. Number two, when we recruit candidates, what we do is we send 5 resumes at a time to the client. The client will review those resumes after we validate them, obviously, and they do a second interview with whoever they want to speak with. So that way, the customer has has a part on the recruiting and the onboarding process to see, obviously you want to see if the people match, if you the feeling on the person, the personality. That's a big thing when you hire someone. So we want the customer to be part of that process, right? And then, like I said, once we do that, and let's say we assign an employee with the customer, if for some reason that person doesn't work out, or the client says, look, I want someone else, we'll change them, and we'll start the onboarding process with another set of candidates without any fees, no penalties, nothing. Also, just one thing more to add is the customer can add and decrease any type of employee that they want on a month-to-month basis. So for example, Lance, you have a company, you start with 2 people, but your workload starts to increase, and then you say, hey, Brian, I need 5 people for the next couple months. Okay, you'll have the 5 people, and then after that, if you need to decrease, we'll decrease them, and that's it. So we're very flexible. As long as you give us some leeway, we try to tell customers to give us at least 10 days before the end of the month if they want to increase or decrease the number of employees. So a lot of the competition, they don't do that. A lot of competition, they want you to sign a 1-year contract. They want to tie you in, and that's it. So that's pretty much our competitive advantage over other companies. And also, is like I said, is a dedicated employee. A lot of people that I've talked to, for example, people in the Philippines, someone told me that they tried the service. They're actually one of my customers now. And when he tried it at the beginning, it was a few years back. And he told me, it's like, one day I would have one person, the next day I would have another one. So, you know what I'm saying? So you'll have your employee, you'll train him, it's your employee, and we'll manage it as we go.
Okay. Well, we have a lot of one-man operations up to large franchise companies to licensing companies and everything in between. So, I mean, from what you've been doing and more specifically to the restoration industry, any kind of success stories? Anything you can let us know about without divulging any secrets?
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we've had customers, we had one client that we had 27 employees working with them for 3 months doing billing. They needed to get billing. They had a deadline. We were able to help them. Again, that month-to-month contract was good for the customer. And our goal, like I said, is to help businesses, small, medium-sized businesses, achieve their goals, grow and everything else. And look, maybe they'll start with someone like us as a remote employee. Down the road, if they're more financially stable or they grow to a certain level and they want to have people inside the office, that's okay. We want just to help the customers achieve their goals and grow. Again, like I said, we have also people doing sales. We have a client that, he's had, over 150% growth on sales because we have a couple of employees on the phone. And when they have leads, right then and there, they call the leads. There's no lag time on when the lead is received. So, yeah, it's definitely, it's been a success, a proven success throughout the years that we've been in business.
You just said something that caught my attention. You used the phrase "in the office." Are you a remote-only company, or do you provide local manpower too?
We are a remote-only company. Now, if there's a client that needs call center services, for example, they need, instead of 1 or 2 people for admin work, if they need an actual call center, we can definitely assist with that as well.
Do you do anything with emergency operations, like a disaster like Florida gets a major hurricane or something and we need a large call center set up? Is that something you can do as a one-off, or does it have to be contracted out long-term?
No, we can definitely do that as a one-off. Actually, a few years back, we had a client that we were doing the actual overnight answering service. So after they closed, we manned the phones, late at night and early in the morning, just in case they had an emergency. We definitely were able to staff for that as well.
Okay. Well, within your industry, I'm sure there's a lot of very positive comments and success stories, but I'm sure there's a lot of misconceptions out there too about, like you had mentioned before, about companies trying to lock you in for a year and stuff like that. Where do you stand on that kind of stuff, or what do you see?
Well, a lot of the companies, number one, they're, they're stuck in sometimes in the mentality that they need to have someone in the office to oversee and everything else, obviously increasing payroll cost, overhead. But I think after COVID, it kind of opened the eyes to a lot of people that remote work is number one, reduces costs. Obviously, in office space, overhead, and payroll cost. But again, it's a proven success over the years. And yeah, like I said, a lot of people think that, and that's the thing, like you said, it's a long-term commitment, right? They're afraid. They say, okay, oh, and by the way, all of our employees are background checked. That's another one. People think, oh, they're going to handle some, confidential information and everything else. All of our employees are background checked. Obviously, we're liable for our employees. So yeah, so basically, I don't see any downturn on any of that.
Well, what I've seen, and I'm sure most of our members and people watching this have seen, is over the years, especially since COVID, a lot of people started remote working. And that was always a bad thing, at least in the corporate mind. We can't control our people. We don't see what they're doing. And then all of a sudden they realized they were getting just as much work done. Their people weren't as tired with all the commuting, and they were saving a fortune on office space,
Exactly.
and utility bills and all the other things that go along with that. And I think that's right, the target zone that you're really working in now.
Correct. Yeah, 100%. And again, right now with technology, we're technology driven. We can run KPIs. We can run, if a customer, a client needs us to do weekly, monthly call reporting, outbound calls, anything like that, we can definitely cater to that as well.
So if you can be specific about how you can help a restoration company or an assessment company, indoor air quality company, anything specific that kind of jumps out in your mindset for what you can do to help?
Honestly, like I said, we have a couple of companies that we service in the industry, and we do all of their admin work, call handling, and that's the time consuming stuff that I always like to say, focus on your core business and let us handle the rest, right? So, for example, social media posting, marketing, and call handling. We actually have some people doing billing. Obviously, once they're trained, and it takes a little bit of time training the individual. But we have anybody doing, we have people doing billing. We have people doing the back office operations. So it's basically all up to the client as they see fit on what they need to train on.
Do you have people that are able to do like web design and stuff?
Oh yeah, web design. Yeah, we even to the point in social media to know the algorithms, when to post, the hashtags, everything like that we can definitely do.
Sounds kind of like a one-stop shop kind of a thing here.
Yes, sir. That's all we want to do. One-stop shop. And like I said, at a reduced cost, help companies out and help them, just focus on their core business and grow business. And we view this as more of a partnership than anything else.
Well, let's throw a bad word into the mix here. Scale. And everybody talks about that, and the reaction you get from people, they almost get this like green complexion. Oh, scale, yeah, it's going to cost a fortune. How do I do that? Where do I start? How do you guys fit in on the scaling, helping these companies out?
Oh, like what we just talked about, Lance. Obviously our services are at a fraction of a cost that would pay with having someone in site. And we'll grow as fast as the company grows. So we manage part-time and full-time employees. If they want to scale, slow, we can do a part-time and then slowly increase to a full-time. If for example, they get a project out of the blue or something they've been after and they need people ASAP, I have in my staff multiple recruiters that recruit people, and we can staff as needed.
The concept of your company is not new to our group. I mean, we've been working with a company. He's a big supporter of Normie. He's one of our members, actually. He has a manpower organization, not remote and stuff like you. He's the guy that sends out, 200 workers to go shovel out something.
Yes.
And, we've used him with different disasters and stuff like that. He guarantees 1,000 people any place in the country in 48 hours. They'll just mobilize an army and send them. It kind of sounds like what you're doing, just the remote side and the more technical aspects than the physical aspects this company does.
Yep. And actually, it's funny you say that, Lance, because back in 2010, I owned a franchise on temporary labor down here in South Florida, Miami and Pompano, by the name of Trojan Labor. Is basically a competition for manpower. So I also have a background on that, on scaling, getting people in the right place at the right time. So, we also do that as well. Yes.
Very cool. Well, as far as anybody wanting to get in touch with your company and work with them, I'm going to encourage them to reach out to David from our team, and he can kind of liaise the whole thing and make the transition or the introductions there. So if anybody's watching that's interested in this, you can reach out to david@normie.org by email, or just call our main Normie number and ask for David. And he will help you out getting this process and getting connected with Brian. Is there anything else, Brian, you'd like to tell us about you or your company that, we didn't cover? I mean, I don't want it to seem like it was a general, but I don't want to dig in too much into, the secret sauce that you're using.
No, absolutely. No, and like I said, thank you, Lance. For everybody, like I said, we are a well-rounded company. We're here to help you grow, and we view this as partnerships, not, as necessarily as us just getting clients. And from my end, like I said, I have a vast experience in the call center and operations. I also was in the Marine Corps, so I know the discipline that needs to be done running a business. And again, we're here to serve. And if you guys want to have a talk with me, we can definitely go through what you need in the company. We'll assess and make recommendations, and then we can start the onboarding process.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. I know you're very busy. We were playing phone tag trying to get this set up, for a few days. So
yes, sir.
It's just the way business is nowadays.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Lance. Thank you for having me.
And once again, we are back live from the experience, and I have so many different that we're going to talk to. This is a little different type of company than all of the other interviews that I've been doing today. And I have Greg with us here, who's the CEO.
Yep.
I got that right?
Yep. You got
it. SFY University.
Yep.
And it sounds like it's a college, but from what you've described to me, it's not.
Yeah. So we do, we have a SFY and SFY University, kind of two different sections. One section is we write estimates, and then we also will defend those estimates. So we'll do the invoicing, the collecting, the billing, all that stuff as well.
Estimates for contract.
Yeah, estimates for contractors. So let's say you go out to a job, you do a DocuSketch, a Matterport of the property, and usually you probably either have your in-house guy do that estimate, but we'll go from having the in-house guy do it. We'll do that process for you. So we'll write the estimate, and then if you want us to go ahead and call the insurance company and do the communication with the billing, the collecting, and the rebuild side of it, we do that as well.
Where's the pricing come from? Is that company specific, or is it just a general?
It's a general, right? So to do us to write the estimate is going to be 1% of the estimate value, or $150 minimum. And then that does scale down. If you get to $100,000, it scales down and kind of trees down a little bit the larger the project gets. Now, if you want us to do the invoicing and collecting, that's a separate fee, and that's 5%. And we'll do all the communication with the insurance company. So total all in would be 6% if you're doing everything.
So the company can focus on doing the work and not
Yes.
having to chase around and get the money
Yes,
back.
yes, exactly.
As far as the price, though, of the job and the work that's being done,
Yes.
is that something that the company gets to set and tell you what they will bill for certain things?
Yes. Yeah. So we take your lead and your guidance of what you would like. Obviously, we write the estimate in Xactimate or Symbility, whatever you prefer, and we'll set those. But you're more than welcome to say, hey, look, this is going to cost me more. I need X. We'll make those adjustments to the estimate for you, and then also submit that to the carrier if you want us to fight for that.
So where are you guys located?
Currently, we're located in Denver, Colorado. Highlands Ranch was the south side of Denver. The company's remote. We have about 70 plus employees that work for us, all remote across the United States. and do really well there.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah.
How long have you been around?
We've been around for 8 years. I kind of come from, I used to own and operate a roofing company. And then I owned that for 8 years and sold that company. And then I was really good at the administrative side of it. So I went from doing that to the administrative side of work of supplementing and billing and writing estimates in the roofing side. And then we got a lot of requests to do it in water. So we came in the water side, and now we do roofing and water.
So I understand now your interest in being on the collection side, having a roofing company in the
Yes.
past and chasing people around and get paid.
Yes.
So let's look at this from demographics. You have around 70 people. You cover the entire US?
We do cover the entire United
Do
States.
you go outside of the US?
I have not gone outside the US yet.
How about US territories?
US territories will do. We haven't had any opportunities to land that direction yet for us.
Okay, do your people actually have to go on site, or is it all done by remote?
It's all done by remote. So your guys would have to make sure they're going on site and do the proper documentation. So I would say garbage in, garbage out, right? So if we get garbage in, you're going to get garbage out. But if we do good work coming in, you'll get good work going back out.
And what kind of turnaround time is there?
Yeah, we're looking at anywhere between 24 to 48 turnaround time in the estimate side of itself. Sometimes it's 72 if we have a spike in work that comes in. You just give us a call if you need to rush. We can rush that file for you. But the other side is on the invoicing, collecting, you're right around the 15 to 30 day mark. In the rebuild, that tends to be a little longer just because we're also working with you simultaneously as the build's going on. So that tends to be about 30, 45 days. Sometimes go a little quicker. It just kind of depends on the contract and the pace that they're working at too.
So this is the first time we've spoken. So
Yes,
I'm hearing things and my mind is starting to spin question-wise.
go for it. Let's fire them away.
We have something called the Normie Pro Environmental Task Force.
Okay.
I don't know if you've heard of that before or not, but it's really a team collaboration of everybody in the indoor air quality environment.
Okay.
Which is everybody here.
Right. Yeah.
Every contractor, every visitor, everybody here is doing something under indoor air quality.
Right.
We deal with disasters also.
Right.
Floods, hurricanes, fire damage. I mean, I'm sitting here listening to you say, well, have crews that are going out and they're going into these devastated areas.
Mhm.
Then they have to take crews off the road to go write up estimates.
Yep.
Where they'd be sending it straight to somebody else handling it remotely.
Yeah, it's by far, I think, in every business, I think you should have a relationship, whether it's myself or another company, that's a third party to help you remote write estimates, because you can't staff for large disaster or large, huge spikes in your company. You'll never maintain profitability margins, right?
And that's our purpose for the task force.
Right. Yeah. You just can't. You can't staff for when a hurricane comes into a certain area, or a giant loss or a giant flood hits a certain region. Or a huge freeze across a country. Like, you can't staff for that. And learning to use the other resources that are at your fingertips to be able to scale super quick is very important. That's something we do very well, right? And since we do across the United States, we're able to leverage our resources across the entire United States. So let's say a certain part of the region is not doing super busy, but another part is, we're able to move that resource much more easier than companies on a local level would ever be able
And that's what I heard when you were talking. That's really the functionality of our task force.
Right. Yeah.
So we will talk offline
Yeah,
about
that's
this a little
great.
bit more,
That's
but
great.
so what else can you tell us about the company? Anything about the employees that you have?
Yeah,
right?
I think, there's an element that I think in taking a company and going remote, right? So there's a lot of things in communication and developing and building a team environment that is harder to do in remote situations than would be in person. So this is something I think employees and companies, how do you create value for employees and staff? How do you show value? So this is one thing I think we do really well at SFY, is every quarter we do challenge coins. We make these coins. They're nice metal coins that we get made. They cost about $3, $4 a coin to get made.
Right.
We get them made, and we make all these fun different kinds of coins. I have like a Master Yoda coin. I have, the Goat coin, we have a Guru coin.
So I understand the Twitch influence
Yes.
here.
Yeah, right. So there's all sorts of different types of coins. We have fun names with them. Some are just amazing customer service, that type of stuff. But then we do a card, and we send out a card, but then we do a presentation. But this is where initially I did it wrong. So I made the coin. I did a special handwritten card, wrote it out, and I just said, Lance, hey, I want to let you know you did a great job. Here's your customer service coin. Thank you for all your hard work. Right. And that's what it is. And I sent it out and did whatever. but I didn't feel like I had the impact that I needed with the staff to create the right engagement of what all the lift I did, right? I'm like, I'm missing something. And you would get a monetary value with the coin as well. So I felt like I hit all the check boxes and I did the presentation, but I didn't realize I was missing one of the key things in recognizing employees and staff. Hey, Lance, I want to let you know, here's a customer service coin. What you did with ABC Restoration, how you picked up the extra work, and you made that extra phone call at 5 p.m. the other day and stood online for till about 6 p.m. It's things like that that really improve the quality value here at SFY, right? And that's why you're getting the coin, right? So we were missing the why behind the appreciation, right? And I was talking to a couple of different people.
Reinforcing the
Yeah,
good behavior.
yeah, the good behavior, right? And people like to see that as a company, we're recognizing and we can see the small behavior. So we had to find the small things of what it is. So if someone said, hey, look, and the employees get to nominate people for the challenge coins. And I'd be like, hey, look, how do you value this person? Just because they're a hard worker isn't going to cut it. What did they do to create the hard work? What was it that they did? We need to tie that to a specific thing. They did something specific that made you recognize it. What was that specific thing? So we can recognize that to the individual and then they see it. So that's one thing I think at SFY, being remote and being able to create the encouragement and develop that. That was one thing I think we did really well.
It motivates your personnel to do the right type of work
Right.
for the customers.
Yes. Yeah. So that's one thing I think we've done really well at being a remote company and trying to create team collaboration and unity within the team and company. That's one thing I think we've done really well at SFY.
So how do
going
people
forward.
find you?
They find us at www.sfyoffice.com.
Okay.
Yeah, you can also find us at sfyuniversity.com. Both of them get to us.
And you're on Mountain Time.
Yes, we work on Central Time because most carriers are actually in Central Time. We move actually our phone numbers actually in Texas and all that other stuff, but
Okay.
you know, all that stuff. But it's been great. Great meeting you guys.
You too.
You guys doing a great job here at the show.
It's a tough show.
Right.
We're tired.
Right. You work
It's all
grinding
day.
all the time, right? It's a long show. So you guys are doing great.
Yeah,
Good job.
I even apologize. You had to wait a few minutes
Right.
because I was still doing
Right, yeah,
interviews.
you know.
ahead of you.
Yeah. So if you haven't been out here the experience, you should come check it out. They do a great job here.
Yeah, we're still here tomorrow. It's an earlier show tomorrow. It's from
Yep.
12 to 3 and then
Yep.
it shuts down.
And it shuts down. So
Nice
well,
meeting you.
well, nice meeting you, Lance. Thank you.
Hey, and we'll
All
have
right.
to chat again.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to welcome Douglas Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, which is the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, to our episode today. And for those of you that have been following us, we've been doing interviews with influential people in the indoor air quality, outdoor air quality, and firefighting arena, all dealing with the wildfires coming out of Canada. So Doug, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Good to be here.
I'm glad to have you. You know, you have an extensive background in building science. And one of the things that came up with some of the interviews that we've been going through since the wildfires in Canada started affecting the central and middle part of the US is, what do people do? You know, you can't stop breathing. You know, that's just not an option. You know, people can go, we've talked about this earlier, you know, 20 to 40 days without food. They can go 3 to 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air. So no option there. So you have to be able to continue to breathe. So we normally have people that complain about indoor air quality without smoke, without all these other external things going on. What can people do to
try to help themselves when they're in conditions like this, where you can't go outside, where the air is normally better than inside?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Lance, because it's funny because it seems as though sometimes when these kinds of things happen, all of a sudden something that we actually should face and should deal with every single day, all of a sudden now becomes a real problem. We don't think a lot about the air that we're breathing inside because frankly, we can't see it. And because we can't see it, because there's not a cloud or a haze in our indoor environment, we don't think much about what it is that we're actually breathing. I've talked about that sometimes with the bottled water. Do you know what's in the bottled water you drink? Well, if you can't see it, you're not terribly concerned. And so one of the things that then piques our interest is when we do identify something, either by an odor or by something that we see that's floating around in the air. Now, all of a sudden, it becomes an issue. In our classes, we talk a lot about this shaft of light that you see in the morning. You don't typically see all that stuff floating around, and so you don't think about it. But in the shaft of light, when the light's beaming in and you see all these little submicron particles flying around, you're thinking, okay, what is this stuff that I'm actually breathing? And so now we're in a situation where all of a sudden I'm smelling inside of my house something that I shouldn't be smelling inside of my house, a forest fire. Where is that coming from? And why is it that I'm smelling it inside of my house? And I think it's interesting when you think about the way houses are constructed today, or buildings, even commercial buildings are constructed today. It really isn't surprising that we are beginning to smell inside the contaminants that we're seeing outside. And some people live close to paper mills, for instance, and they're going to notice that there's something going on outside. Now, all of a sudden, they smell it inside. Now it's an issue. Now, how do I deal with it?
Well, to put it into a context that everybody's going to understand, you gave the example of a bottle of water. Well, that water is filtered and processed. The indoor air quality isn't. And because of that, you're running into issues with people having to visualize a problem. If that bottled water was brown or cloudy, nobody would drink it. If their air is cloudy or brown, they don't have a choice. You still have to breathe. So what do you do?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Well, of course, I think the main thing is trying to figure out where that's coming from inside of the house. How is it getting into the house? And are there things I can do that can actually mitigate that? And one of the big differences in the way I look at building construction from, I know some builders do, is they talk about a house being able to breathe. I'm not altogether sure that they know exactly what they're saying when they say that. Does a house need to breathe? Well, it certainly needs to have a balanced pressure of some sort, but if the house is pulling in things from the outside, say it's under negative pressure, you're creating a vacuum inside the house. What is it that you're pulling in from the outside, and where are those contaminants coming from? The smoke that we smell is not just a problem because we're smelling it. I'm sure you've already addressed through some of the people that you've talked with, there are some pretty strong contaminants in that smoke that we're breathing. And how do you mitigate that? How do you keep that from coming inside of your house? So I have a couple of suggestions that might help when you start thinking about things like air infiltration issues, the idea of fresh air makeup. Fresh air makeup, of course, is a great idea to bring air in from the outside through your air conditioning system. But the question is there a way to reduce that or to mitigate that? So I have some ideas that I might be able to share here that people could do pretty quickly to begin to seal off what's going on the outside. That's at least one step, and that's to begin to seal up that environment so that you're not bringing stuff in from the outside.
That was one of the questions and concerns that came up when I actually did an episode with Michael Pinto over sensitized individuals, that normally indoor air quality is up to 10 times worse than the outside air. So people that are sensitized, which is like 20% of the population, they go outside to feel better. When the outside is, so choked with smoke from campfire, not campfires, forest fires, thousands of miles away, what do? Now you got to retreat back to the area that's a problem.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So for sensitized individuals, one of the methods that we use to determine how are those things getting inside the house is by doing what's called a blower door test. And essentially what they do is they take off the front door and they'll install a door that has a gigantic fan on it. And then they'll turn that fan on and put the house under negative pressure. Essentially what you're doing is you're creating a vacuum inside of the home. And guess what happens when you do that? Now, all of a sudden, you're pulling air in through the cracks and crevices around the windows, cracks and crevices around the doors, places that you don't really even think about. A lot of people don't realize that wall cavities, exterior wall cavities, actually breathe. And what I mean by that is that moisture and vapor will actually move through those walls. And so now all of a sudden, when that house is set up under negative pressure, and you run a blower door test, created that vacuum, now what you're doing is you're even pulling it through the electrical outlets. And whatever is in that wall cavity is now coming into the air that you breathe. And that may sound really like, that's a little too detailed for me. Do I really need to be that concerned? But that's the answer as to where are those things coming from. They're coming from the outside. Even if you kept your doors and windows closed, you're still going to smell that smoke that's from the outside. And whatever that smoke is carrying, you're actually going to be breathing.
I'm in New Jersey, and we were directly affected by the smoke coming out of Canada from the fires. And 4:00 in the afternoon, the sun's high in the sky. We went through 3 days of not a cloud in the sky, and it looked like sunset. I have some incredible pictures of that. But because of that, trying to close up your house and make it airtight doesn't seem to work either. There's got to be a balance. There's got to be some way that you can survive inside and out other than just running away from the entire part of the country.
Well, I wish there was an easier answer, but there really isn't. I think that you do have to do the best you can to seal up those cracks and crevices with weather stripping, with caulking. They make a little product called a door saddle that fits on the bottom of the door where you can slide that down and tighten up the threshold so that there's not air coming in from underneath the door. I think once you do that, of course, as we've always said, it's got to be a holistic solution. That's at least part of the problem. But if you can take the time to seal off some of those entry points where the smoke is coming in from the outside, then you can address the indoor air quality with good filtration, good purification, those kinds of things that are more proactive in terms of oxidizing those contaminants that are in the air. So it definitely can be done. I think it's just maybe a little more effort than most people are willing to take. I think they'd almost rather go to the mall.
During those 4 days that we had the really bad smoke conditions here, I have monitors all over the place. I have outside monitors, inside monitors for my air quality and conditions. And I have one unit called a Fubot, which I know you're familiar with, in my office. I intentionally in my office did not run air purification, and I had a door open. I was keeping it open to the outside. The thing was glowing so bright orange. You probably saw it from Louisiana. It was just the air quality was absolutely awful. In the house, where I kept doors, windows closed, and ran a lot of purification technologies, very proactive stuff, it was really fine. There was no odor inside the house. Whether I think we went a little bit on the positive pressure side, which would have helped with that also, keeping everything out. But there was a tremendous difference with that. I have graphical readings that I actually show in an interview with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner that shows in the morning before the smoke hit the first day, everything was very low, almost not detectable on outdoor air quality. And as it hit, it spiked really high and stayed there for almost 4.5, 5 days. Slowly started to go away. But, it went away. And again, people go back to the out of sight, out of mind philosophy. I don't see this going away. There's a film all over everything that's out there, from the smoke, the ash that was out. What kind of concerns are there for long-lasting effects from the stuff that people have breathed in and what's still out there?
Well, I think I think that's a really good point. Of course, I'm not a medical doctor, but I do know that people who are breathing poor quality air over a long period of time typically are going to have some pretty negative health effects. I mean, you think about all the people that have suffered from their efforts to solve the problems during 9/11, all of the people that suffered after Hurricane Katrina, and they were in these contaminated environments working, and they weren't protecting themselves at all. You know that there's got to be some long range concerns about those contaminants that are still hanging out. So I think the key is, for me, would be to do the best I can while it's going on right now, but do the best I can to keep the surfaces clean, to keep the air clean, to keep the air purified and filtered, to do the best I can now so that I can offset the potential for what might be a buildup of contamination over a long period of time. I remember reading several years ago in Reader's Digest about a single cigarette producing over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And the article went on to say, interestingly enough, that secondhand smoke that a person would be breathing who's not smoking was in some cases more dangerous than the person who was smoking, that it was affecting the person who was breathing that smoke worse than it was affecting the person who was actually doing the smoking. So I think there's a lot for us to learn long term, but at least to begin with, I think the answer is, what can I do right now to make sure that I'm creating the cleanest environment that I possibly can? Because one of the things that I do have control over, may not have any control over what's going on outside, but I certainly have control over what's going on inside. And you know as well as I do that there are ways that we can do that will make sure that we're breathing the best air that we can breathe in spite of what's going on outside.
I just want to change directions real quick, because I did another episode with Dan Reese. He's let me get his title. He is a wildfire strategist and an aviation advisor dealing with wildfires. And we spoke at length about some of the things that are going on out there, the lack of education, what people don't understand and know. And I said, what are you concerned about? And he talked about the two different types of wildfires. One is where it's burning a forest, putting smoke in the air from the trees, the brush and stuff like that. The other type is when it's burning a forest and starts burning homes and businesses and factories and putting all of these other unknown chemistries in the air. Right. It takes it to a whole nother level. Now, in my area, they were talking about every news channel wearing your N95 mask or your N100 mask. Well, that's fine for larger particulates, but it's not going to do anything for the gases or the chemicals that are in the air. They go right through it like you're not wearing a mask whatsoever. Where's the concern on that?
Yeah, I think we know that, don't we? I mean, we all went through COVID where we were wearing masks, and yet we could still smell a lot of what was going on around us, and the heavy perfume that somebody was wearing. So I think we got a pretty good education on the ineffectiveness of masking for smallest particles, the smaller submicron particles, and for the gases that are in the air. So again, I don't know that there's an actual solution. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy that's going to walk around outside in a hazmat outfit, But the truth is that I think the recommendation that they made about staying inside is really not a bad one. If you can stay inside and you can control the air that you're breathing inside, if you don't have to go outside, then there's not a reason to, because you're exactly right. I think the thing that concerns me about these kinds of fires are all of the other contaminants that are in the air besides just the wood burning particulate.
Absolutely. And, one final comment on the masks. Wearing a mask is going to help, but you can't get that full sense of security saying, oh, I'm wearing a mask, I'm protected. because you're only protected from some of the larger particulate, not the gases, the chemicals, and everything else. Just like viruses would go right through a mask. So that's a definite concern. So without rebuilding your house, preparing for the next time the wind shifts and blows the fire smoke this way, which it's going to happen again, I mean, just because of weather conditions and everything else, what can people do?
Well, so several years ago, you probably remember the Colorado fires, and we had a lot of contact with some folks that actually lived there. In fact, one of our real good friends lost their family cabin from the Colorado fires. They lived in Colorado, but they also had a separate place, which was their cabin, and it just burned to the ground. And as soon as those fires started, we sent them some proactive air purification technologies. And I don't know how much you want to talk about that, or if you've got other people you want to talk about those technologies. But I'll tell you, I'm convinced that that's one of the first things that somebody could do to deal with the particulates and the chemicals and the odors, something holistically, proactively that could be put in the environment to actually purify the air. So I think those two things kind of go hand in hand. One is do the best you can to seal up the environment with, again, weather stripping, caulking, saddles on the doors, exterior doors to close up the thresholds and keep those tighter. Put on insulators on the electrical outlets to make sure you're not pulling air in from the wall cavities. Those kinds of things to me is absolutely a first step. And then the second step would be make sure that I've got really, really good air purification technology, something that's got a good HEPA filter, got a good PCO technology or ionization technology that's going to get rid of those chemicals and those odors and those particulates. Something holistically, proactively dealing with the air quality. That's where I would be.
I agree with you completely. Actually, I did an interview for one of the segments with Michael Pinto. I think I may have mentioned that. And besides just talking about the sensitized individuals, we talked about, and I don't want to talk too much about the episode, but a safe room. You know, just like you would have for a tornado or a hurricane or a severe event going on, one smaller area that you can protect even more than the other areas. And that's something else you can do depending on your situation.
You know, the interesting thing about this is just from every kind of, like I said, I'm not a health professional, but I do know that one of the reasons why we do so well when we sleep well is because when we sleep well, it builds up our immune system. It strengthens us when we get a really good night's sleep. And I feel the same way about our indoor environments. If I can create a safe environment in which I can breathe good quality, clean air, at least as good as I can, compared to what might be going on outside, or just like drinking purified water over a long period of time, when I'm exposed to that bad water at the restaurant or somewhere else, one time, it's not going to affect me because my immune system is strong enough to be able to deal with those periodic times that I'm having to deal with contamination. So I think in the long run, it's creating a lifestyle in which I'm creating the cleanest, healthiest, safest indoor environment I can for myself in every way that I can, so that when those times come where I can't control the environment, at least my defenses are up to a point and my immune system is strong enough that I can deal with those issues. And I think that's the idea of the safe room. I'm big on creating a safe house.
And I agree. You know, it's like layers of an onion. You just keep putting more layers of protection out there to help and keep you in the best possible situation that you can be in.
That's right.
So Mayor, I believe it was Adams from New York City, talked about good filters or putting a filter in their house. Again, it's a step, it's a layer, but does it really deal with all of it?
No, and I think that's sometimes the wrong impression is left. I remember back during COVID, you probably remember too, Dr. Fauci talked about going and getting a filter. Nothing wrong with getting a filter. I mean, a HEPA filter is a HEPA grade filter is a great product to use to take larger particulate out of the air. In some cases, smaller particulate, depending on how effective it is. But in terms of indoor air quality, there's got to be something in addition to that will actually oxidize a lot of the smaller chemicals and viruses and those sorts of things. So I think you've got to take it to the next level, and that's the idea of having more holistic solution than just having a filter. I kind of laughed the other day, Lance. I was looking at somebody that had actually built an air purifier. This was their concept of an air purifier. They took 4 filters and taped them together, large filters like you would have in your air conditioning system. They took 4 of them, taped them together in a box like a cube, and then put a box fan on top of it. And they said, see, we're sucking the air through the filters and now everything's great.
It's that dual track or partial logic that people fall into. The people that were wearing the paper towel masks when COVID came out. See, I have a mask on.
Exactly.
Yes, you do. Is it doing anything for you? No. And that's kind of where we're at with this. People have to be very cautious as to their information sources. I mean, the internet's out there for everybody, but somebody says, here's a widget that'll take care of this for you. Well, it takes care of a part of it, but is that enough? Is that enough for you to now say, I'm wearing my paper mask and I'm going to go out into the smoke-filled environment because I'm wearing my mask?
Yeah.
It does nothing for your eyes or even filter anything. So it's a concern that, people look for reliable sources of information, and think through the process. Again, the dirty glass of water, the cloudy water, you're not going to drink that, but if I filter it, the chemicals are still going to be in there. You're just not going to see the sediment that makes it look bad. Same thing with the smoke. The statistics as of now on the fires in the United States and in Canada separately, they both burn between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres of forest a year. It's a massive amount. To date, not even 6 full months through the year, Canada's burned almost 9.5 million acres. So it's 1.5 times in 6 months instead of 12 what they've burned so far. California right now has had a shift in weather. I was just talking, like I said, with Dan from California, and he says that the weather out there is gorgeous. It's cooler, it's not that hot, but that's going to change. And this is just what's happening. In the Northeast, we haven't had rain here in 3.5, almost 4 weeks. It is bone dry out. A small brush fire right now could become a very large concern. And again, the air quality, the ash that's already out there, the film on the cars, the film that people keep stirring up when they walk out there, we're still breathing that, even though it looks nice out. So keep that in mind.
Well, I wish people would talk more about indoor air quality and as much as they talk about outdoor air quality, because again, indoor air quality is something that you can control. Outdoor air quality, a little more difficult.
Well, what the biggest problem that we've always talked about with indoor air quality is people become nose blind. 5 minutes in your environment, you don't smell the odor that somebody coming over would say, oh, what is that smell? You go, what smell? What are you talking about? And outdoors is completely different because it's so large. It's not where you feel closed in and you're breathing, which is fine. The only time people complain is when they see the yellow forming on their cars from the pollen, when those pollen seasons hit. But other than that, people take it for granted that it's always going to be there for them.
Yeah.
That's the false sense of security of the paper mask, or it's always going to be good until it isn't.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, I think we've got an opportunity to address this in a very positive way. And the truth is that if people would take the time to create cleaner, safer, healthier indoor environments, that's going to be long lasting. And that's going to help them in a lot of different ways when the next issue comes our way.
Absolutely. Doug, I appreciate you spending the time with us here today. And
great to talk to you.
And we will chat again in the future.
All right, man. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Hello and welcome to episode 26 of Trade Talks Unlocking the Experience. I am Kayla McGowan, editor-in-chief for R&R and responsible for the sessions at the Experience. So today's special guest is Brandon Adams. Many of you may know him, but for those of you who don't, he's been in the industry for over 10 years, close to 12 years now, I believe. He was mentored and is continuing to be mentored by Rachel Adams and Mike Adams. He started his career very young by cleaning fans. He's also worked very hard to get to his current position. He's certified by the IICRC and holds Master Water and Fire and Smoke designations with the IICRC, as well as mold remediation specialist. He's committed to continuous learning and teaching in our industry. Not only that, he's attended several ASHE classes, including Train the Trainer for ICRA 2.0. He teaches ICRA classes to contractors and hospital staff. And on top of that, he's an industrial hygienist for indoor environmental management for the past 6 years. Lastly, he specializes in mold and fire remediation projects, and he is a great asset to this industry, and I can't wait to see what the next 20 years holds for him. So without further ado, please welcome Brandon Adams.
Hello, everybody. So just here on an interview, waiting to answer some questions.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you. Thank you for joining us. I know a lot of people may know who you are, but for those of you who don't know, can you give them a little bit about you and how you actually got started in this industry?
Yeah, for sure. So having parents have always been in the industry, I've kind of been in it since I was born. So my mother and father is Rachel and Mike Adams, which my dad owns a restoration company, which I've worked for ever since I started working in high school. And then my mom is industry known for her being the mold queen, right? She teaches all the AMRTs and everything. And so all both well known in the industry, especially my mom, and having been taught under both of them has helped me a lot becoming a better professional and everything. So as far as actually getting started, I started cleaning fans at my dad's back shop when I was in high school, and then slowly but surely became a regular technician to a lead technician. Found out that I actually was pretty good at it, and so I kind of worked my way up from there. I went to college originally for psychology, so I got my bachelor's in that. But as soon as I got my degree, when I went to look into finding a job as a counselor, I was like, wait a minute, I don't think I like people this much. So I looked to my left to where I was employed at and found out, like, you know what? I'm really good at doing this. Why not just pursue this full time? And so that was in 2018 where I decided to make this a career choice and haven't really looked back from there. Been trying my best to learn as much as I can and become the best professional I can.
Yeah, I will say you've done a great job so far. I think the mentorship you've had from your parents obviously does help, right? I think they both have their own careers and have set their own legacy, right? And I think that's what you're going to ultimately do at the end of the day. So I was going to ask you how you chose this career, but I think you kind of already nailed that. And I think it's interesting that you say, I don't really like people that much, but are you able to utilize some of the stuff that you picked up in that?
Surprisingly, yeah, I use it a lot. A lot of it's in my personal life too, because as far as mental health goes, I've struggled with my own things. My wife has still struggling with her own things, and having that perspective really helps in my personal life. But when it comes to my professional life, it's really helpful to help be empathetic and understanding of other people's situations, learning what people may go through, some of the mental things that they may be dealing with, and how to approach it. And it's helped a lot with that. So it's kind of funny that I started wanting to go into that, and then I had my parents, funnily enough, didn't want me to be in this industry. They wanted me to become a doctor or something, and I chose that. And eventually, I was just like, you know what? I don't want to do that. I'm just going to stick with what I know and what I'm good at. So,
well, I think it's interesting too, because there's so many people in our industry who have educational backgrounds in something else. There's two of us sitting right here. My education is in criminal science and then emergency management and public safety, which there is an emergency management and public safety aspect to what we do, but it's cool to see it all come full circle because yes, you have your degree, but you maybe not be utilizing it the way you thought you were, but it's still coming in handy for your day-to-day stuff and your personal life too. I think that's extremely important to really emphasize that.
Honestly, there's a lot of classes that I have a lot of value in now, looking in hindsight. Like, for example, all my microbiology classes, I think I took 2 of them and they've become invaluable to me among some of the other classes I've taken. I think one of the most important classes I think I had taken was my business writing course, which hated the class, did not like it at all, spent half of that semester deathly ill, and I still took away more away from that class than any other class I'd taken. So it's just looking back, I really appreciate my time in college, and it really helped me develop not just technical and knowledge skills, but also as a person. And so I don't regret it at all. I do kind of wish I pursued a degree in like industrial hygiene or safety, but still really happy with the education I have. It just means I get to go back for more eventually when it's not so expensive.
I was gonna say when you have time, right? Like
That too,
you're
yeah.
busy as it is.
Right.
Well, I think it's cool to hear that because I think there's so much in depth that we could talk about mental health and all of these things, right? Like especially with our job, that it does come with our job essentially too. There's burnout. Burnout leads to mental health issues, and sometimes we see stuff, especially when people are going through catastrophes or a loss in their family or whatever the case may be. So, I think it's really cool that you're still able to utilize, what you learned and it still sticks with you. Like, man, I really hated that class, but it probably actually paid off in the long run, right?
Absolutely. Now there are a few classes that don't really help me now, but I still loved, but that's just part of it.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. You said, my parents didn't want me in this industry. They
No,
wanted
they
me to go
didn't.
explore.
Yeah.
Look where I ended up, mom and dad.
Yeah, they wanted me to become an anesthesiologist and make just all this money, and that didn't happen. I looked at what the requirements were for medical school. I'm like, that seems like a lot of work.
Well, I was gonna say you work so long before you ever really get to experience it on your own, right? There's extensive training, there's certifications, not to mention just the schooling, right? I don't know if it is it minimum of 7 years for anesthesiologists as well.
It's 7 to 8 with another 8 of residency or something crazy like that. So you're like
Wow.
40 by the time you're ready to actually become a full-blown anesthesiologist.
That is so crazy, isn't it? And man, I'm so glad that it came full circle though, because I know you're making your parents proud and also the industry, right? I think we are setting the tone for not just our generation, but future generations. And what you've learned and what you're applying does play a huge role in that. So, thank you for that. And leading into this, I know you love to learn and you love to teach. You're actually speaking at the experience. Can you tell us a little bit about what that topic entails?
Absolutely. So one of my niches that I've found myself in is healthcare work. And so I'm going to be speaking about ICHRA 2.0, which is infection control risk assessment. And the 2.0 is just like it's the second version. And it's something that was developed by ASHI. And so I've basically taken that, learned from it, work in hospitals. I still project manage over hospital projects quite frequently. And here soon, I'm going to be teaching it. I'm going to be teaching classes in our new mock hospital facility, which is going to be pretty cool. And having learned that, there's a lot of people in this industry that don't quite understand the difference between hospital work and regular restoration and remediation work. Because with hospitals, it's another ball game because some contractors may deal with the one-off immunocompromised person inside of a house that has a mold project. Well, that's hospitals, but all the time. And you're dealing with people that it just takes a stray particle to just not only make them ill, but to kill them. And so it's why taking all of the necessary precautions is so important. And a lot of contractors aren't really familiar with how to do that. And so that's why ICHRA is so important to our industry and to learn from, to help restorers not only get their foot in the door in hospitals, but know how to do it well and to stay there. Because, I mean, I've heard several times that a lot of contractors that work in almost exclusively healthcare or hospitals say you can retire on healthcare and hospitals because of how profitable it can be. But to get there, you got to know the work and how to do it. So that's why the process is so important.
Yeah, and I was definitely going to say, you know, I think if anything we can apply this to is the pandemic, right? This stuff like this would have paid off for our industry professionals because there was a need not only in hospitals but commercial buildings. There was just all of these standards and regulations that people wanted met, and I think a lot of it does fall back into that space of ICRA 2.0 essentially, to be completely honest. And it also will pay off in preparation, right? I hope we don't ever live to see another pandemic, but it's always better to be prepared than react, because when you react, you make mistakes. And I think that what you're talking about allows people to understand the intricacies, the importance, regulations, rules that are different in specific spaces. I'm excited. I think it's going to be great. I hope I get to sit in there and learn from you and maybe ask you some questions. That'll be so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and speaking of the experience as a whole, I know you get to handle some stuff inside the restoration pavilion. And you know, hands-on is so important in our industry. Can you talk a little bit about, you know, the importance of having that hands-on portion at a show like this, or just any show really, and why we spend so much time trying to figure out what the sessions are? I know we've met on some committees and talked about what are we going to talk about, you know, and there's so much thought and that goes into it. Can you kind of just give some background on that? Like this, or just any show really, and why we spend so much time trying to figure out what the sessions are. I know we've met on some committees and talked about what are we going to talk about, you know, and there's so much thought and that goes into it. Can you kind of just give some background on that?
Yeah, for sure. So speaking, it's more fun. It's more memorable, helps people learn little tidbits about the industry. For example, what we're going to be doing in this upcoming experience is the restoration pavilion is going to be covering a loose topic of building science, right? And I plan on speaking about thermal cameras and how to use them for inspections and how they work and why they work. And the idea is to get a bunch of different cameras for people to come in, try to find some water spots, some on the built assembly that they have there, which should be pretty fun and pretty interesting. And it helps people if they can actually hold a camera in their hands and actually see what I'm talking about, right? And so you just, like I said, makes it more fun, more engaging, more entertaining. Makes it feel like it's worth your money coming to one of those trade shows, because they're not cheap to get to. As far as a classroom setting goes, it's, like I said, even more important to provide hands-on, which that's why the AMRT is so important to have that hands-on class. Because if you didn't hand build a containment, it's not something you can learn by looking at a slide. You have to do it yourself. And another example is the trauma and crime scene cleanup technician class, where it's not mandatory to have hands-on, but every class is going to be better if you do. And so every class that I've been to for it or helped with that's had a hands-on, it's always gone really well, whether it be to make scenarios with certain animal parts and all that. But it's always a better learning opportunity for the students and helps them learn it better, retain it better, and use it in their day-to-day work life. So another example of it is in the ICRA class I'm going to be teaching here at our new facility. It's going to be a 3-day course. The first day is going to be the classroom setting, right? You got to learn what ICRA is, right? Yeah. The next 2 days, completely hands-on. And that's what sets it apart, is because there's not really another class in the nation that does that. But that hands-on part is so important for contractors, because that's how most contractors learn. And so that's kind of the idea behind it.
Yeah, and I was also going to say too, your questions that you have in an in-class setting versus hands-on could differ, right? Especially when you talk about how people retain information. You know, I think especially when we're talking about containment or even cleanup, essentially that involves hands-on stuff, which all cleanup does, but it's specifically trauma, you can actually show and demonstrate where your questions are instead of just kind of trying to explain it, right? We all interpret things differently. We all understand things differently. And to be able to, like you said, with holding equipment and seeing things and asking questions, or hey, maybe you don't detect where there's some water. Why didn't you detect it? What did you miss? All equipment has settings. All equipment needs to be maintained. And so I think that there's an opportunity to not only be in the classroom, but also have hands-on stuff. It allows you to also maybe meet with vendors and talk to vendors about types of information they have and equipment they have too. I think this is the beauty of having something like this at a trade show specifically.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's pretty cool. Your ICRA, 1 day in class and 2 days hands-on, that makes it more exciting, right? I think a lot of people dread sitting in the classroom, so that's really cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. First class is in the last week of February, so it's going to be really cool. Currently still writing a course manual, which should be a really good manual. But yeah, the class itself, I think we're building it. Our facility that we're building is going to look like, as soon as you walk in, it's going to look like a hospital. And so it's going to have all the same materials, all the same equipment. We're going to have a bunch of different scenarios that you can possibly encounter. And part of them are going to be from like real world examples that either we've experienced or other hospital facility personnel have experienced. And so it's something it's going to be really cool. Really excited for it.
Yeah, that's so cool. And that's huge. Early congratulations on that. I can't wait to see how it all flourishes and see pictures and all of that. That's super exciting. This is what it's all about, right? Everything that we do day in and day out is to evolve and put our blood, sweat, and tears into stuff. And, at the end of the day, even though your parents didn't want you in the space, I know you're making them proud, right? Like this is this is your niche, right? This is what you're great at. This is what you're passionate about. And it's so cool to see it all come full circle. I know your mom really well. I've had the opportunity to work with her on several occasions. And so, I think it's really cool to see it pass from generation to generation, but see how it's evolved, right? Maybe for you, you'll pass it on, you never know, intentionally or unintentionally. So that's really cool. So I'm excited to have you at the experience and see everything. But this wouldn't be a trade talks without asking a fun fact question about yourself. Doesn't have to be related to the industry, but what do you think is a fun fact about you that people may be surprised about?
Well, I'll give you a few. How's that? I have 3 cats and I have a snake. It's a little corn snake. And right below her cage, or her cage is right below my collection of Legos, which I have a bunch of space Legos like that are massively huge that I have on display. And that's one thing I really like doing in my free time is building the really cool Legos when, I have the money to spend for Legos because Legos are expensive.
You're telling me our almost 10-year-old, anytime a new Lego comes out, it's like, oh, how much is that one gonna cost? Because the beauty of Legos is, yeah, you can put that set together, but you can also deconstruct and make your own, setting or use your imagination, or, maybe you'll make your own rendering of your new facility in Legos. Hey, you never know.
That'd be a project, that's for sure.
No promises on that, but that's really cool. Is there any animal that you would want to have that maybe you can't have? Obviously, we can't have all the animals in the world here, but what is like your dream animal?
Absolutely. Right now, it's me and my wife's dream animal is to get a Doberman. It's our favorite dog breed, and we love the breed. We love how smart they are, but unfortunately, dogs are very expensive, and they're also very needy, meaning that you have to let them out frequently, and we're just not home enough to take care of a dog, and that's just it's a dream of ours to eventually have one, but it can't happen right now.
Well, and they're so loving too, and they train really well. They're very protective, which most dogs, all of them are, if you train them properly. I hear you. We have 3 dogs and 2 cats, and I don't know what's worse, the cats or the dogs, depending on, the supplies you go through, the vet visits and all of that. But we love our animals too, and that it's like a common thing that we all have, right? It's animals or Legos or maybe sports. And, I think that's really cool to learn fun facts about each other. People probably didn't guess Lego though. I wouldn't have guessed Lego, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I like the really big complicated sets. Like I got the Challenger, I got the Apollo rocket, I got the space station, bunch of the really cool big complicated ones.
Yeah. Okay. So, question for you: do you glue your sets together, or do you just risk it for the biscuit? If it falls, it breaks.
Risk it for the biscuit. I have had a couple of the car ones that my cat knocked over and broke, and I'm just like, well, I guess it's staying broken now. But yeah, I try to keep them elevated, like way, way, way up, so they don't get knocked over. I've thought about gluing them. It's probably something I should do. I just haven't got around to it, but probably a good idea.
Yeah. What's your biggest set you've put together?
I think the biggest one is the Lord of the Rings one. It's the Barad-dûr, so it's the big tower with the eye. That's
Yeah.
probably the biggest one that not only do we have, but the biggest one I've ever built because it has the most pieces. It's massive. It's like 3.5 feet tall. It's got a bunch of moving parts and stuff that moves in it. It's really cool.
So I was gonna say patience and attention to detail are two skills that you definitely have because
Yes.
we put together the upside down house for Stranger Things. And by we, I mean my husband put it together. I was observing because I was so frustrated. It was like 3,500 pieces. And I was like, Mom does, 200-piece Legos or something. 3,000 lost me. So yeah, I totally get it. But that's really cool. Hopefully, in the future, not setting any standards for you or anything like that. You build a model of your facility. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. And for anybody who's thinking about going to the experience, here is another reason why we're just diving into all the things that are relevant for us and even the future of our industry at the experience. The experience is April 8th through 10th, and it's at the Charlotte Harbor Convention Center in Punta Gorda, Florida. And you can register at rnrmagonline.com. And if you'd like more of our content, of course, as always, you can check out our videos and podcasts, not only on our website, but YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. And again, a very special thank you to Brandon for taking his time to meet with us today. We really appreciate it. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us, and we can't wait to see you.
My name is Jeff Cross. I'm the media director with Facts. I'm here with Doug Hoffman, who has a joke.
No joke for you.
Okay, let's get serious though. Okay. There's some big news coming out of Normie.
There is huge news coming out of Normie.
And if you can read this, you can get kind of a hint of what it is, but there's a full press release to go with this video.
Yeah.
But Doug, there's something exciting. What's happening?
It's just incredible, Jeff. I think since we started Normie in 2004, I came out of the construction industry. And we know how important it is to clean up the built environment, to make sure that the built environment is the way it's supposed to be, as clean as it can possibly be. In fact, I used to tell people that we were kind of like the first responders, in terms of cleaning up the environment, because we know it affects people's health. We don't always know why, but sometimes the headache that somebody has is not the boss. Sometimes it's the building. And so we've always felt like there was a way that we could somehow connect what we're doing with the medical industry. Even though we always told everybody we fix buildings, not people. Well, the medical industry has always been on the other side saying we fix people, not buildings. And there's been this disconnect, the built environment and the medical industry. It's finally come together.
That's too good to be true.
It is. It's going to change the world. It really is.
And this is part of this.
That's exactly right. We've been in contact with Dr. Andrew Heyman, who is one of the leading experts, is with CIRS, the Chronic Inflammatory Response Syndrome, protege of Dr. Shoemaker, and which most people know if they're in that industry. And he looked for the opportunity to help us with our protocol for dealing with those sensitized individuals. We've been training on this for a year for several years with Michael Pinto and our sensitized individuals class. We've made a big deal about trying to get our guys to understand how important it is because that population's growing. But we've never had this kind of connection. And when Dr. Andrew came to us, we talked about the possibility of actually forming a Normie Medical Advisory Board. Sure enough, it's here.
How is this going to impact our industry and the players in it, the contractors?
Well, I think the connection is interesting because it's really more of a training kind of connection, because what he wants is he wants us to come into his world and try to basically an awareness concept of how to deal with the environment as it affects someone's health. And then he wants to bring his world into our restoration world and say, look, you need to be considering the possible effects of a bad job on a client. So it really starting with the training, which I'm excited about because that's what I love to do. But that's what it's going to start with. We're going to start offering training that's more of an awareness program for the medical field, as then he trains our guys on how to deal with the medical problems that they're dealing with.
So from a layman's viewpoint, here I am, layman. It seems like if there's a medical push to what we do, if there's a validation of what we do, that's got to be a huge impact, thinking about years ahead.
It is. And we've already put together a program with his help. Okay. We're putting together a program where we can actually collect the data from these patients. I think one of the things that's going to be important as we move forward is to be able to find those data points. What are the connections? How are these projects? How should they be treated? Why should they be treated? What's interesting to me is that we've been doing this for several years with sensitized individuals. We're very careful about who we connect them to in terms of the projects. But what we've learned is that when we sit down with a sensitized individual, if we can talk with their doctor and say, what is it that you're looking for? Are you looking for, is it a mold problem? Is it an endotoxin problem? Is it an actino problem? What is it? Then we can actually provide for them the assessment and the post-testing that actually proves we've improved the environment.
Big news.
It is big news.
And big results can come from that.
It absolutely can. And when you are able to be connected with a patient who is suffering from that and has a doctor who is interested in trying to figure out how to fix up the environment, they know that they can't just give them a drug and send them back to a contaminated environment if that contaminated environment is exacerbating their problems.
Yeah.
So it just makes sense. It's just been a long time coming.
It makes sense. Can't wait to see this happen. Last question, what's your projected timeline to see results?
Well, the new website is coming up in 60 days for Dr. Heyman, and there's going to be a lot of information on Normie there. We're working toward, hopefully by the end of the year, to be in place to do some training in a couple of universities. And so
that's quick.
Big news.
All right, you heard it here first. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. We are back here at the Experience, a trade show, and I have Mark Rataco with me, and you can hear a lot of banging in the background. They're doing some live demonstrations. And Mark, you're from Respiratory Air, and I think that's the easiest way to describe it. What is that?
So Respiratory Labs, we do airborne and surface mycotoxin testing. So we're really at the cutting edge of analyzing the indoor space for both air and surface to see what the levels are.
And forgive me, it's Respiratory Labs. I said air because my next word was air. And again, these guys are banging with things behind us doing demonstrations. So
Yep,
sorry about that.
Absolutely, Respiratory Labs. So
Where are you located?
we're located in Oregon. So, and
Now, are you on that specific time?
we are on Pacific time, but I'll tell you what, I get calls 5 o'clock in the morning all the way to the 7 o'clock at night. So whatever people need, we're there. We're available. People have questions after hours. We're there to help them.
And the specialty type of service that you provide, what is it exactly?
Well, the real key this day is now looking at the actual air itself for these poisonous mycotoxins. And now that we can actually look at the air, what we're finding is after remediation, we're finding these elevated levels of mycotoxins. So the industry as a whole, I really believe, really needs to start looking at, not only doing the spore trap sampling, but combining that with mycotoxin testing. When a homeowner gives you a call, what are they looking for? They're really concerned about the mold in their home, the health of their family, their children. And when you're looking at the health of the indoor environment, it's just not spore trap sampling. It's also looking for the mycotoxins. So to do a really good job and evaluate that structure, we need to look at spore trap and combining that with mycotoxins to see what the health risk is from mold.
Now we talk about mold and microbial contamination all the time, but mycotoxins is a little bit newer to the people that we normally deal with. And when I say deal with, I'm talking about contractors. Could you give a little more detail on what mycotoxins are?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I used to do about 4,000 mold assessments or remediation projects a year prior to selling my company. And I was always frustrated because after I did a job, I would have some customers that no matter what we did, they couldn't go back into that home. Looking back at it, it's because we left the mycotoxins behind, but we had no ability to test for it. Now, these mycotoxins are actually produced by the molds, and it's a defense mechanism when they're competing against other molds for resources for survival. The problem that we have is the way that we currently do mold remediation, we actually have and are increasing the levels of mycotoxins, and we don't know about it unless we actually do the testing.
So you had just said a defense mechanism. That's defense mechanism to protect the mold or itself.
Yeah, from other molds and other bacteria.
From what I remember about Stachybotrys, which is what's considered the black mold, that has one of the most aggressive mycotoxins or toxins that affect humans.
Well, there's a lot of different mycotoxins that affect us. All right, aflatoxin, ochratoxin, the trichosin group. The problem that we're having now that we're able to sample the air is what we're finding is some of the molds will start off producing one type of mycotoxin, and then that may not be effective. And all of a sudden they're starting to produce another type of mycotoxin.
So it's changing to its environment to protect itself.
Exactly. So it's really not about the species of the mold itself. It's actually about eliminating the mycotoxins.
Are the mycotoxins common across different types of molds? Same type, or are they all different?
Well, they'll be a little bit different based on the species of the mold, but again, some of them will produce more than one type of mycotoxin.
Okay. So besides mycotoxin testing, is there any other testing that you do?
We only specialize in mycotoxins, but we also do surface sampling of the mycotoxins. So it's not just the air that we do, but we also do surface. So it's great for PRV if you want to make sure that you clean the walls, the surfaces, the contents. We get that quite a bit. People want to know, is that content safe to move from one environment to another? Well, now we can test it, see if it's still there. Was it cleaned correctly?
And the mycotoxins from some of the trainings that I've been through and what we talk about, it's more of almost like a stickier substance that's hard to get off the surfaces.
It's very challenging to get it off surfaces. It'll float in the air. It'll attach to mold spores. It'll attach to dust particulates. All those things. We've evaluated a lot of the HEPA scrubbers out there since we can do the before and after in real world of the mycotoxins. And what we found is a lot of the air scrubbers are actually increasing the levels of the mycotoxins in the indoor air.
As far as the mycotoxins go, do you guys do susceptibility type of testing on them, like what they're sensitive to or what works on them?
We don't do any of that. We're just strictly looking at the environment itself for the mycotoxins. So, for us, it's about giving some guidance to the indoor environmental professional, the functional medicine doctor on what those levels are and when it's going to benefit that homeowner to spend the money to do the remediation. Because we're going to compare it to background levels. Background levels for us are homes that have had no history of mold, no history of water damage, and no history of an individual with mold sensitivities. And we found background levels of mold in those environments. And what we want to do is compare your results that you're sending in against those average background levels. Now, low is easy to understand. If the levels are high, that's easy to understand. It's when we run into these medium background levels that you have to look at the whole scope. You have to look at other lab tests from maybe doctors. You might have to look at other tests that you're doing from Spore Trap to see if that homeowner is going to benefit from spending the money for mycotoxin remediation.
So anybody that's watching, if they had any more questions, could they go to your website for more information?
Absolutely. Come to our website. You can go on there. We do presentations on Mondays and Tuesdays to explain a little bit about our testing, why you want to test, how it becomes airborne, all those different things. We spend an hour doing that. Additional follow-up questions, just reach out to us.
What's the website address?
It's RESPIRARELABS.com, respirarylabs.com.
Right. Well, I thank you for joining us here today. I know it's been busy and I've been in meetings and interviews for the last 2 days, so I appreciate you taking the time and joining us.
Well, thank you very much for having us.
We'll chat again.
I want to welcome everybody today to another episode of Fire More Than Flames and Smoke. And we have a special guest today, Alan Johnston. He's the founder of Green Tech Environmental, and he is a wealth of information on the science and technology side of controlling odors, controlling airborne and surface contaminants. And I just find it a privilege to have him here with us today. So Alan, if you'd like to say a quick hello, we'll get started.
Hi, Lance. Privileged to be with you as well today.
Thank you very much. Can you give us a real brief background, a little bit as your background of where you've come from and how we got to this point today?
Sure. My background is engineering. I'm a graduate of Purdue University in Indiana in electrical engineering, and I worked in the aerospace industry for 15 years. On some exciting programs involving NASA, the space shuttle, and a lot of different missile systems that protect our country. I had the opportunity to enter the air purification industry in 1997, now over 25 years ago, and it was really a combination of factors, but one that really drove my interest was the loss of my mother, who ultimately passed away from mold exposure in a school that she taught in. And as an aerospace engineer, I had a hard time understanding how something like that could happen in the world that we live in with such great technologies available to us. And so I've dedicated the rest of my professional career to finding technologies that solve the problem of indoor air quality and do it in a way that really mimics the way that the nature cleans the air outside.
Well, I don't know if you really know how many lives you've actually reached, but just from the technologies that you've worked on and put out into the market, it's countless. So I want to thank you for that. I know how it's affected my family, my friends that use these similar types of technologies. So again, thank you for all of that. But speaking of the technologies, why don't we get into some of them? I mean, the central and eastern part of the United States over the last week or so has really been impacted by fires coming out of Canada. And, out of sight, out of mind, we think of Canada hundreds, thousands of miles away, depending on where you're located, but it's having a direct influence on us. And the technologies that you've worked on and are familiar with are really the lifeline for many people that have breathing issues or just regular people that are reacting to the smoke. So I don't know if you want to just start talking about some of them or if you want me to request. Why don't we go with what you're comfortable with?
Well, the technologies are obviously something that I am passionate about. I'm the founder of Green Tech Environmental and started that company almost 15 years ago now. And the object of the mission, I'd say, of our company is to find technologies that truly solve the problem or not just a Band-Aid on them. And there are technologies that, as I said earlier, mimic what nature does outdoors. And I'll share some of those with you. This issue that we're having recently with wildfire smoke is certainly a significant, and it's a problem that pops up periodically. certainly every month of every year somewhere around the world, and the United States had a chance to experience it affecting as many as 100 million people here just in the last few weeks. It is toxic.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Because what you just mentioned affecting, 100 million people in the United States, this is a part of the country that's not normally affected. But one of the things that came out of this, because of the thickness of the smoke, we actually got a glimpse into what the starting of a nuclear winter would look like. And, it affected the overall climate. In New Jersey, which is where I'm from, the average temperature this time of the year is normally 80, 85 degrees. When the smoke was as thick as it was for those 4 days, we barely got to 70 degrees. It lowered the temperature almost 20 degrees a day. So it made a big difference, and that affects things going forward.
Makes a huge difference. And we see the same from volcano eruptions, although not something that we often see here in this country, but in other parts of the world, not uncommon. And it's a scary situation. But from what affects you and I and what we're really concerned about, our health, the effect of what the constituents that make up that wildfire smoke, more than just what we can see, it's the chemical compounds that are inside of that smoke that are of real concern. I have the privilege to be on multiple boards of committees with ASHRAE, and ASHRAE is the standard that is set for heating and air conditioning and indoor air quality. And one of those standards is 52.2, which is the standard for filtration. And what you hear most about when someone talks about the concerns over health and wildfire smoke is PM 2.5 or particulate matter at 2.5 microns. And that is just one size particle. Obviously, wildfire smoke contains particles of virtually every size, up to particles that we can see very clearly. But scientists have really focused in on that one size because it's one that they measure and have identified as one that can get into our lungs and get absorbed into our bloodstream and have a dramatic health effect. And so filtration becomes an important part of a solution to dealing with wildfire smoke indoors. I know that people are talking about setting up safe rooms within their homes, a place that they can go that will allow them to breathe and have a minimal effect from the wildfire smoke. And for those that have technologies that they put into these rooms, congratulations. It's something that we should all have to be able to have a safe haven. We never know when wildfires can hit. I'm sitting in Northeast Tennessee, not far from Gatlinburg, a beautiful, one of the most visited national parks, but was struck by a wildfire just a few years ago that took out thousands of acres and burned thousands of homes, something that was unheard of because we just don't have many wildfires in this area. And we got a glimpse of what that can mean. It can strike anywhere, and preparedness is important. So as we've worked as a community within ASHRAE, developing standards for filtration, high quality HEPA type pleated filters that are able to filter out these ultrafine particles is very important. Most people don't have filtration in their home other than maybe on their HVAC system. And a lot of people are going out and buying 50 cents filters from Walmart. And one of the things that I would like to say right up front is don't do that. Invest in a quality filter that is pleated. And there are a number of them out there that are MERV 7 rated filters, and that's generally what a typical HVAC system can handle. MERV ratings have to do with the effectiveness of the particle capturing ability. The higher the MERV rating, the tighter the weave, the less air flows through the filter. And one of the things that we can't do is typically on most systems put a HEPA type filter, which is MERV 13 and above. A true HEPA filter is MERV 16. HEPA type filters start around MERV 13, but those are very restrictive to airflow, or can be, and most of your systems can't handle it. But if you can go from just a dust punny catcher, which is a typical cheap 50-cent filter that is made of fiberglass that you can see through, to a quality pleated filter that would be a MERV 7, you're going to be light years ahead for that. But a filter doesn't take out another problem with wildfire smoke, and that's chemical constituents.
That's one of the things that we talked about, especially when COVID hit, that people were wearing masks, and the masks were fine for particulate, but it wasn't stopping something at the size of a virus. And the same thing with smoke. It'll stop the particulate, but nothing to do with the gases.
That's correct, Lance. The gases are of significant concern to health. Inside that wildfire smoke, there are toxic gases, chemical compounds that are harmful to our health. And for the most part, we're able to deal with lots of issues, lots of chemicals that we get faced with. Our bodies are wonderful at being able to deal with those. But as we get exposed to more and more chemicals, which we are, chemicals that come through our skin from laundry detergent, chemicals come from the cleaners that we use in the indoor environment to clean, to sanitize, which is great, but those chemicals get in the air and we breathe them in. And it's not a surprise that today the CDC and EPA are saying that over 15% of our population have chemical sensitivities. In other words, they've been exposed to so many chemicals that their body is no longer able to deal with it. And now they become what is often referred to as hypersensitive to chemicals and have an adverse reaction to them. And now they have to be extremely cautious because their body can no longer take that exposure. And so it puts them into a downward spiral. So those people are using hypoallergenic laundry detergent, for instance. They're using things that are for people who have chemical sensitivities. If you want to avoid becoming chemically sensitive, you want to remove as many chemicals as you can from your environment so that your body doesn't become overwhelmed. And certainly wildfire smoke with all the chemical constituents in it create a problem that do put people at risk in that way.
One of the episodes that we're doing, we're talking with a professional forest fire fighter, and he talks about the different types of forest fire smoke. A lot of people say, well, it's like a campfire. We do that all the time and we have a fire pit. Well, that's when just the trees basically and the brush are burning. When it burns through an area with warehouses and homes, everything that is going airborne is toxic, beyond just the regular smoke from the firewood. So, it's a completely unknown situation as to what you're breathing. You can't just say, oh, it's typical campfire, which I'm used to all the time. And just like with contaminated water from a flood, everything is in that water. It's no longer drinkable. Well, this isn't really good to breathe, though you can't stop doing that.
That's true. But there are technologies that exist which are able to deal with those chemical constituents, and whether it's from wildfire smoke or just cleaning compounds that we use, there are technologies there, and ones that I have been focused on in my career in indoor air quality for over 25 years. There are.
Could you tell us about a few of them?
I'd love to. One that I have focused on primarily is something called photocatalytic oxidation, or another term is photocatalysis. Photo refers to ultraviolet light. Catalytic refers to the catalyst, which the ultraviolet light activates, that creates a reaction. But by definition, the catalyst itself never changes, it never gets used up. What's happening is the photocatalyst, typically made of a compound that has a very high band gap energy, which titanium dioxide is the primary one that is used. It allows for the UV light to create enough energy to break the bonds of the electrons that rotate the nucleus of this titanium dioxide, leaving behind electron holes. Now I'm getting a little deep in the technology side of it, but it's fascinating to think about because these electron holes that are left behind, I mean, the titanium dioxide, which has a lot of, it's a very strong material. It has a lot of energy that holds the electrons to itself. So when it loses it, it has a strong pull to get them back. Well, as molecules come into contact with the surface of this photocatalyst, those electrons do get pulled away, and now it breaks down something called molecular dissociation, breaks down these chemicals, and the chemical that existed prior to reaching the surface of the photocatalyst is no longer. It's broken down into its subcomponents, and it literally no longer exists. And that's the beauty of a photocatalytic system, is we can take things which are harmful in the atmosphere, put them through this system, and actually eliminate them. People do things like spray chemicals in the air to make the air smell better because they don't like the smell of the wildfire smoke or other odors that may occur in the home. But that's just adding more chemicals on top of the chemicals that are already there. Photocatalysis is able to break those down. In addition to that, it also creates oxygen and hydrogen-based compounds like hydroxyls, HO, hydrogen peroxide, in a vapor form of H2O2, other types of compounds, hydroperoxides, HO2. They're all made of hydrogen and oxygen, but those compounds, also referred to as oxidizers, as they travel out, they oxidize molecules as well. So it's not just working inside this photocatalytic system that is used and put into HVAC systems as well as standalone products, but it also creates things that travel out and clean the air actively throughout the ventilated space. Everywhere the air is, it's cleaning the air. So we can create that safer environment by using that kind of technology. There are some other technologies in addition to photocatalytic oxidation, or also referred to as PCO, such as bipolar ionization. Now that can be used with needlepoint ionization, where you have both a positive and negative electrical charge, and it puts these electrical charges in the air that can come into contact with water vapor and break those down and create oxidizers in the same way that photocatalysis does. There are also DBI, dielectric barrier ionizers, which do not use needlepoint. They use a different kind of technology, but it creates this plasma of positive and negative electrical charges, which tend to last longer than just a bipolar ionization technology does. But these two travel out and are able to break down contaminants. So if we look at what all of these technologies I've just described do, it mimics what happens outdoors every day with the sun creating the energy that interacts with compounds that create this photocatalytic reaction, the sun creating these electrical charges that are in the air and cleaning the air actively. I often say there's no giant vacuum cleaner in the sky with a filter on it that purifies our air outside. And in spite of everything that we do outside, whether nature does with wildfires or we do with automobiles and cars and airplanes producing pollutants in the air, all the outdoor air is constantly being polluted, yet the outdoor air generally is 5 to 10 times cleaner than indoor air. And that's according to the US EPA. And the reason for that is nature has these systems in place that clean the air and create a healthier environment outdoors than we have indoors, in spite of what you might do to keep things clean. So our goal is to bring those technologies indoors.
Alan, I got to interrupt you for a second. I mean,
Sure.
you had said about getting too technical. I don't think you did, but I want to point out that all of these technologies are available. This is what is commonplace today. And, you know, we've talked about in other trainings, I use the term science fiction becomes science fact. It may sound like science fiction, but this is all what's working nowadays, and it's affordable. It's something that everybody can get their hands on. You don't have to go to NASA to request something like this. You know, it's there. You just have to know what you're looking for and asking for. We get a lot of people that say, oh yeah, I have an air purifier. Well, what do you have? And they tell you, and it's a inexpensive filter.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we know with filters, filters only filter what makes it to the filter.
Correct.
The proactive technologies you're talking about go out and find the problems and take care of it wherever it's at. So that's a big difference. And I applaud people for wanting to do something, but they really need to get the information to know what they're getting. Just like the people that wore masks when COVID hit. I mean, how many people did you see wearing masks made out of paper towels? I'm wearing a mask. Well, yes, you are. However, you know, whether it works or not. So where do you see this industry going with, like, the technologies that are there right now? They're not brand new. They've been enhanced. They've been combined together. But moving forward, especially with the changes in our environment, smoke conditions, temperature, relative humidity problems, where do you see we going, or us going with that?
Well, the technologies are slowly being accepted. One of the reasons that I became heavily involved with ASHRAE and on a number of committees was there has been an overall resistance to electronic air purification, the technologies that I just described. And some of the testing that has been done on them, the way the tests have been set up, the results have not been positive. The problem with the test and their protocol was that they have done what is referred to as single pass testing. In other words, they'll put some kind of a challenge gas and put it through the photocatalytic reactor and measure what comes out the backside. And in this breaking down of the molecule, in some cases, the molecule that comes out the backside is worse than the molecule that came in. It's what is referred to as a cascading process. So you start with one molecule, it breaks to another, breaks to another. But if all you do is measure it after one pass, well, that's not really a good indication, because we don't put systems in our homes or businesses or factories that just go through once. We are constantly circulating the air through the room, through our devices. It's working continuously. And unfortunately, the people who can create these protocols for testing try and control it to a level that we end up with these protocols that make just a single pass. I'm very thankful at our international meeting in Atlanta in February. There was a great session with a number of PhDs that worked tirelessly on this subject, showing the results of what we refer to in the industry as electronic air purification can do, and the benefits of it, and really putting holes in what has been the standards, the protocols that have been used up until now. One of the other subjects I'll just throw in was that ASHRAE has a mandate to decarbonize, which means to save energy. And up until now, and still today, really, people have thrown their arms up as to how to deal with this indoor air quality problem, other than just to ventilate, which means bringing fresh air from outside inside. Because we know that the outside air is cleaner than the inside air. So the solution to indoor air pollution becomes dilution, which it is true. It does make the air quality better indoors to bring a lot of fresh air in, but you have to heat and cool that. So we're spending more money, we're using more energy in order to heat and cool, when we can get the same results through using this electronic air purification that really mimics what happens outdoors. So we're making headway, and I'm thankful for that. But the technology exists today. NASA has used photocatalytic oxidation technology in the space station since it was put up in the air. It's been critical for them in the growing of plants, but it also helps to purify the air throughout the space station and break down chemical compounds that are being used there. And so when people say, is it safe? Well, it's mimicking what happens outdoors, one. Secondly, NASA has been using it for decades successfully, and it has been key to the International Space Station, will be key to a Mars mission in the future.
Some of the issues that you were talking about, you know, how some of the technology is not accepted, the testing data, things like that. Unfortunately, politics gets involved in this. During one of the episodes with the firefighter from California that we were talking with, he had been involved with a lot of litigation over using fire retardants on forest fires, where they're dropping these retardants from planes.
Yes.
And putting out the fires almost immediately. The problem is a movement out there saying that it's polluting the watersheds doing that. Well, here's the problem, the way he described it, that if you can attack the fires quickly with this retardant, yes, it can affect the watershed. If you don't attack it quickly and let it burn,